Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York, med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også han her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken, i kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Da er du klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
B6.
D4.
D5.
Springe C3. Springestor E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Kong C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way, through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. Aired live on multiple platforms worldwide, making sure your brand is part of this journey.
Welcome to the broadcast of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament. We are back after a rest day where the players did not compete over the chessboard but in the kitchen. We are going to discuss that with Judith. But for now, this is the start of round 4 and we have a sole leader called Magnus Carlsen. Judith, how do you see today's pairings? Let's bring up the pairings. I think we could start straight away with that, with Magnus Carlsen, the leader, facing Vachier-Mamedyarov with the white pieces.
Well, I think Magnus is in great form and he feels very comfortable for the moment in the tournament. He had a pretty smooth game against Grishuk in round 3.
I think he likes the word smooth when we describe the games as a smooth victory.
Yeah, because actually very shortly after the opening round move 14-15, when there was this bishop f3 exchange, it was very clear that it was very comfortable for Magnus. He felt good. Later on he played h4 and it was... Obviously, it's never so simple as it looks, but still, I don't think he felt too much of a danger in that game, and that he also said that it was right. So obviously, he's still keeping his great form, what he has done in 2019 clearly, and he's the sole leader of the tournament. We have other pairings between Levon Aronian and Vachier-Lagrave. Well, Maxim is having a very difficult tournament until this point. It seems that he had a difficult opening against Caruana in round 2, and also in the last game he was not very fortunate. And
I was just going to add to that it's strange to see that Maxim, after winning the Blitz tournament, which usually is a good sign at Norway Chess, it's not that always the Blitz tournament winner ends up winning the Classical tournament, but clearly it was a good sign, and normally they end up at the podium, to say the least. Some years the Blitz tournament winner was also becoming the overall winner, and in general it goes to show that you are in a good shape when you win the Blitz tournament. He beat Magnus again. He wins in the Blitz with a point lead, and then he started struggling with this system. But what's different is that we have a revolutionary format, and that mixes up everything. So we have a different time control for the classical games. Just a reminder, the players start with 2 hours, and there's no increment until move 41. And if there's a draw in the classical game, then comes the sudden death, Armageddon. 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black, and no increment until move 61.
yeah, we are always talking and discussing about the pros and cons of this time control, and of course we are always asking the players themselves. It was interesting actually that going back to the Blitz event, that Maxim, after the victory he was in our studio and he said it. He particularly pointed out that unfortunately the Blitz result is not going to reflect, or it doesn't reflect necessarily the quality of the play in the classical tournament later on. So far it's not so good for him. But yeah, we have a lot of interesting things happening because of the time control. Actually, we had in round 2 when Grishuk, after his first day, very horrible defeat, he said that it was one of the worst losses for him, and after that in round 2 he made a 15 move draw, which was like 10 minutes, and it was kind of shocking to everybody. But I'm pretty sure here after the free day all the players have more energy, and the players who are not playing so well so far, they try to forget what happened in the first 3 days and kind of start a new tournament now.
Speaking of Grishuk and his bad tournament, we do hope that he recovered, but on the rest day he was interestingly teamed up for the cooking competition with his previous round opponent Magnus Carlsen. So Grishuk did lose to Magnus in round 3, and the next day the two were cooking together, competing for the first prize. They did take second place in the cooking competition, and the champion was one more time Vachier-Lagrave, this time with Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in a team. All of the teams had to prepare a salmon dish. We will come back to this topic later. I'm sure everybody wants to know the cooking skills of the top players in the chess world.
So what else do we have? Aronian will be playing against Maxim. With actually, Levon had a great game previously against Mamedyarov.
And against Magnus, but he spoiled it.
Yeah, I mean, after he had a very difficult result against Magnus and he could have won that match, then the tournament situation would be quite different. But in round 3, Levon won with the black pieces, so he's really back on the top there. And it will be, I'm sure he will give a very difficult time for his opponent Maxime. But Maxime is just as a fighter with the black pieces as with white. So, and of course the players know that if the classical game will be a draw, then they will play with the same color, the Armageddon game.
This is what we were discussing with Judith before the rest day, that in a classical tournament, if a player is not doing very well, he may want to aim for a solid draw in one round just so that you stop the bleeding, you recover, but there's no such thing here as recovery draws. If you make a draw, you have to play an Armageddon game, and that was the case the day before yesterday. With Vichy Anand and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the two were doing poorly, and it could have been a moment for a solid draw. They did make a draw, and they did have to play the Armageddon, but that meant that one of them would end up being a loser still.
Yeah, exactly. This is something special in this format, which the players have to get used to it. Of course, for the players who are winning in every round, it is much easier to do that, as Magnus Carlsen is very positive about this format and event, and he takes all these challenges in a very positive way. Then we are going to have Caruana, Fabiano against Vachier-Lagrave. But for the moment we see on the screen that Maxime, with full of energy, is ready to play with the black pieces. This is the typical routine of the chess players, that you make the jadub. Somehow all your pieces, your army has to be standing on the middle of the square, more or less.
Did you have a routine on which pieces you touch first? And if you go symmetrical, you use both hands?
I don't even know. I think it's just done unconsciously, that we are just more or less touching all the pieces. And it's just really a routine of doing it. And I think most of the players has this movements before the start of the game. And we see on the screen Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano. Vachier-Lagrave won his game in round 3 in an endgame.
Against the birthday boy today is the birthday of our youngest participant, Yangyi. He turns 25 today. We wish him the very best and a good game for today. That's the best you can do on your birthday, win a game.
Yeah, but birthdays can be very dangerously dangerous, affecting the players. Unfortunately, I also have a few unpleasant moments, but let's see how actually he's going to be performing today against Vichy Anand.
Yangyi is playing against Grishuk, and his compatriot Liren against Vichy.
Yeah, sorry, exactly.
So we can start with that game if you want to, because I see our camera is focusing on the former world champions game.
Yeah, we have a Rai Lopez so far, and well, this is Anand's main weapon and repertoire to play 1e5. This is what he played also against in round 3 against Maxime, but this is the Italian opening now.
It's a slow start. Both players are taking their time. I was thinking of the cooking competition and checking the pairings if any of the cooking teams are facing each other today, but it's not the case. What is the case is that last year Vichy Anand won the chess chefs competition alongside Liren, and that was the day when he fell off of his bike, fractured his hip, and then he went on to compete in the kitchen. I think he's a true warrior, that he wouldn't even say that he was in pain. Only later on during the evening we figured out that he was actually seriously injured.
Yeah. It's very clear that he's a fighter. He's really in the top of the world now also. So we have Anand playing the Italian, bishop c5, castle. Let's see how fast the Chinese talented player Liren will be reacting. Castle as well.
I think we can take a brief look at the other boards as well, since this is going to be theory for a long time. The Gioco Piano has been one of the oldest openings in the chess world. We'll come back to this game later on. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Vachier-Mamedyarov.
And it's another Grunfeld, as Grishuk was also choosing the Grunfeld against Magnus, the world champion. And it seems like Black Mamedyarov is playing also the Grunfeld system against him. So let's see how it will be different.
I wonder if in this case the Grunfeld was predicted by Magnus's second, Peter Heine Nielsen, or he will go into the confessional again confirming the clown status. I like the sense of humor of Peter Heine as well, as after Magnus Carlsen called his second a clown jokingly in the confessional booth, Peter Heine changed his profile picture on Twitter to an actual clown.
Yeah, I guess you have to have good humor on the top level also. Having all these preparations, of course, sometimes you get surprises and you're happy if you had predicted what your opponent will be choosing. So rook c1. How was the Grishuk game in the last round?
Yeah, let
Was
me bring
it
it up.
the same? I believe it was. So after castle, knight f3.
Yeah, we are curious for how long this will go as the
Well,
Grishuk game. Grishuk played
Queen a5 immediately, but we can still transpose, I believe,
yeah, Queen
possibly.
d2, castle, king side.
Yeah, for now it's a castle and knight f3 happens. So
We could show it on the board. We are discussing Magnus Carlsen's previous game in the Grunfeld from round 3 against Alexander
yeah, here
Grishuk.
Black played Queen a5 first, and only after Queen d2 Black played castle, knight f3, bishop g4, bishop e2.
It was d5 first and then b5, bishop e2. So it transposes to that. d5 after bishop g4, b5,
And only after b5,
bishop e2.
bishop e2.
Knight d2, knight d7 and castle,
Castles,
king
yeah.
side. And that's the moment when Grishuk took on f3 without being forced to. There was no
Yeah,
h3 provocation.
this was discussed in, I think, in every forum and every stream that this bishop f3 was probably a bit early, not waiting white to play h3. But let's go back to the actual game of today. And after castle, knight f3 is played. So I'm curious which line will Mamedyarov choose. But in the meantime, let's jump to the Aronian-Maxim game, as it has a very funny pawn structure. If we go from the very beginning, it was an English opening, which we can say that normally it's a slow start of a game. But here so far it is very symmetrical. But after d3, Black played e6. And a very straightforward continuation by Levon. Levon is one of the most interesting player and competitor in this tournament, I believe. But he was always a player with a lot of opening ideas and very creative play. So Black played h6 in order that after h5 he can go g5, f4. It is a very really aggressive approach by Levon. I wonder if there were any games on this position.
I've only found one game for this exact position between Levon Aronian and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Then that's a game between two 2300s, 2400 players, so not among the Super Grandmaster tournaments. It's a game from 2016, and it was a victory for Black. I'm not even sure the players will be aware of this game. It was in an open tournament.
And what about h4, 6h4? I have the feeling that for 6h4 we should have quite a few games on that.
6h4, yes, is still quite popular. And
So f4 is kind of the very sharp, unexpected continuation. For the moment,
already h5, sorry that I interrupted you there, what I see is that already h5 was not the most popular. Only one game, this one particular game. If you push h5 is to then go f4, at least it's the same as this game that I see.
yes,
in the
because if you
database.
play h5, you already know what you want to be doing, because
Yeah.
after g5, it's not possible just to play knight f3 and castle, because the h5 pawn can be simply vulnerable. So f4 is very interesting. For the moment, Black cannot really develop with his knight, because then the g5 pawn would be under attack. So it seems like we are going to have a very interesting game here. I wonder if f5 is possible, for example, playing it with Black. But then I think White will be going knight f3. some very interesting things will be happening, I think. Very interesting f4. Queen c7 is an option, possibly.
Instead of h5, f4, what I see that have been popular was 7th e4, and then simply develop the knight to e2.
Yeah,
for
but this is
instance.
the classical way
Indeed.
of playing it, and having h4 actually not for tactical reasons, but more for positional reasons. And that later on, when black wants to castle short, the h6 pawn can be vulnerable. But playing f4, what Levon did, it is something very, very straightforward. And I think black has to be very much alert how is he reacting. Because, for example, if he moves f5, I think white can go knight f3. And already black has to be deciding what is he want to do with the g5 pawn. For example, if after h4, probably white's idea would be to go knight h4 and to reach the g6 square with the knight. Also later on, possibly e4. So it is interesting, and it's not only that, but after f4, there is a good chance also that Maxime will be thinking a lot of his time. So, because he has a lot of different options. G4 is also something to consider, because then the f3 square is taken away from the white knight.
Yeah, it's the kind of move that, even though it's not a novelty in a sense that it has been played, but it hasn't been played among grandmasters, so the players may not be aware of this game, or at least Maxime will not be aware of this h5, f4 push. And he once again faces a situation where he has to find the right reaction over the board. It's not as dangerous as when he played the poison pawn variation against Fabiano, and Fabiano sacrifices a piece. That was a very critical line where you need to be super precise not to get mated. But here too he will be in a new territory, the Frenchman.
Yeah, and until this point, black didn't blunder anything, or he didn't make a huge mistake, or it should be that way at least. But definitely there will be quite a few alternatives for black to play against f4, because really at some point, for example, after g4, white might be playing e4 only after that and attack the g4. Now probably black has to go f5, which looks not so simple at all, but of course Levon should know what he's doing, and I'm pretty sure that he had some preparation on this, having some very interesting ideas, which is very difficult to face at the board. But I'm very much looking forward to these games happening, how will be the reaction of Maxime. So generally speaking, I would think that f5 is one of the options. Then g4 is looks a little risky, but it's also logical. G takes f4 is something is not logical to me, because I think white will be developing bishop f4, and it's a big question how black wants to take care of his king. And actually knight b5 is a very strong threat, playing knight c7 and knight d6, but this is also something has to be considered from black side. And after f4, what else is possible? Bishop c3, I'm not sure I would be considering seriously. B takes c3, black can go maybe queen f6. Still, somehow I feel that bishop d2. I feel that black should be having that bishop for quite some time still. But definitely one thing is clear, that black cannot develop. Actually, while I was saying that black cannot develop, what about sacrificing a pawn and playing knight f5?
Wow.
Counter-attack the g3, and also trying to get back on g5.
If there's a possibility like that, I'm sure that Maxime is considering it seriously, since he's a very dynamic player that would like to, if you can choose between giving up a pawn or taking the pawn but then being passive, I'm sure that he wants to give up a pawn and be active.
Yeah, this goes, I think, for most of the players here, that you look for initiative and opportunity to have the upper hand and the active pieces. As here, for example, after g takes h6, bishop h6, and the black squares can be, for example, after takes. If black would have the time to play queen g5, that would be great for him. but then queen d2.
Yeah, just in time to prevent queen g5.
Queen g5 and also knight e3. At the same time, knight g3 is not possible because the h6 rook is under attack.
Yeah, it's a very important move, queen d2, and in that case, it isn't so simple for black to continue.
Oh no, there is a lot of, it seems to be very messy here, to be honest.
Yeah, white is threatening to chase away the knight that's protecting the rook, so he would have to take care of that either by defending the rook or moving the rook away from h6.
Yeah, I have the feeling that here just white is just in time, and he has a pawn up because he could cover all these black squares. It's very important. So these are the alternatives for black. Also, black can go maybe d6 simply and leave everything as it is and keep the tension, but maybe after this already e4 will be. But okay, let's see later how it develops. Let's see the other games in the meantime. Let's see Fabiano. No, actually, let's go to the Anand game because something very sharp is happening there.
Oh.
Already a piece sacrifice has
Whoa, we need to
done.
catch up with this. We looked at the very slow start to Gioco Piano, aka the Italian opening, which is not so famous for being that crazy aggressive as what we see now.
Well, let's see where the new move has been made. It's Italian, knight f6, d3, bishop c5, short castle, c3. It looked like a slow start of the game, very normal, very regular opening. d6, h3, which is always very useful against bishop g4, and knight g4 sometimes. a5.
I'm checking, it's still all right. Many games still, and
Rook
I'm
e1,
scrolling through the
h6,
moves.
it's the typical moves against bishop g5 as well. Knight bd2, later stage coming knight f1, knight g3, bishop e6.
They were basically following for a long time a game of Ding Liren with the black pieces against Magnus Carlsen from 2017. And I'm
Bishop
curious.
b5, queen
d4.
b8. I want to stop here for a moment with queen
Sure,
b8.
sure.
I don't know how many games were played, but generally the idea itself, I think it's worth mentioning that how interesting chess is, that the board can be really small sometimes, but this time it's quite big. Just because black played a5, and actually the main idea of h5 is to stop the move b4 and a4 to gain space from white side, but it also gives other opportunities for black, as we see in the game that black plays queen b8, which I must say it's not such a common idea. It happens time to time, but this for me, I like very much this idea, even though that there were quite a few games on this, I believe.
Yeah.
Knight f1, queen a7, being very powerful on this a7, g1 diagonal. And now the concrete things are happening. White played d4, e takes d4.
I just want to mention that from the previous games of Ding Liren, but I see that he had been repeating queen b8 a couple of times. He played it against Magnus Carlsen in 2017 at the St. Louis Showdown, and he also played it against Anish Giri this year, just a month ago, the same queen b8 move. So it was very easy to predict that he could go for it today as well. The Magnus Carlsen game was with queen b8, knight f1, queen a7, and there Magnus played bishop to e3. So the novelty of Vichy and his team is d4 instead of bishop e3.
Well, yeah, I mean, at this level, you don't necessarily want to play d4 when you know exactly that the black side is prepared, because this is, otherwise it's kind of losing a piece. So it's very interesting how it unfolds. Bishop c6, and black now is not taking b takes c6 because he just doesn't want to play this kind of structure. White has a strong center. So d takes c3, and obviously it's a preparation. They are still in theory in their home book. Ding Liren, though, spent a little bit more time, but they still play very fast. Bishop a4, bishop f2 check, king h2, and right now, interestingly enough, Ding Liren started to think. Because I would expect that he should have it in his home preparation, this position. And well, of course, bishop e1 is one of the main move what you have to consider. In other hand, the black square bishop is very strong, so not necessarily that black wants to give it away. Queen e1, defending the e4 pawn. And now black does not want to go, I think, c takes b2, because after bishop b2, on the long diagonal, the bishop is extremely powerful. And in these positions, I'm not sure that the a7 queen will be very happy, because after queen g3, sorry, after white is going queen g3, it can be very, very big problems for black. So black really has to be careful not to allow this. So c takes b2, I believe, is not really an option for black.
I'm just checking the database one more time, because there is one game where this d4 happened, and after e takes d4, bishop takes c6, black takes back on c6, b takes c6. It was played just a few weeks ago at the French team championship between Jordan van Forest and Yannick Gozzoli.
Okay, and probably c takes d4 happened there?
Yes,
I believe.
bishop takes, b takes, c takes
Bishop
d4.
b4, bishop d2.
Bishop b4 and rook e3.
Rook e3.
It was an interesting game that ended in a draw in 55 moves, basically 2 weeks ago in the top league of France. And that is a game that they are following partially, except for the fact that after bishop takes c6, here black takes on c3 and doesn't capture the bishop.
Yeah, let's see how it can, what can be done with black here. Can black save his bishop and not take the rook? For the moment, we can see that black has 3 pawns for the piece. On the other hand, it's a good question whether is it going to be enough for him. I think later on, actually, the queen c5 square can be important, so it can be thrown to the king's side. But let's see, can black go b5? I wonder if something like bishop b5 and rook b8 could be an idea. So if the white bishop would be moving, then c takes b2 could come very strong. And if white goes a4, then black
C6.
would go c6.
It looks very tempting.
But it's a question whether should black keep the bishop on f2 or take the exchange on e1 first. For some reason, I don't feel like to give up this bishop. It's somehow it doesn't feel good. Because after bishop e1, queen e1, white can jump with his bishop with a tempo to e3. Also the queen on g3, very powerful, though still white has to be defending the e4 pawn. But really, let's see what happens on b5. On b5, it's possible that white is not taking, but simply coming back to c2. And then the question, how would black be playing? For example, if black goes queen c5. I mean, black has 3 pawns. That's clear that should be, in principle, enough for a piece. But I think white would be taking on c3. And it's a very messy position.
I was going to say, I'm not
It's
sure
very
if I would
difficult.
prefer white or black.
I mean, even white has to pay attention that knight g4 kind of move doesn't exist, but that's exaggeration.
Yeah,
That's
if the queen
true.
could come to the h5 with a check, but there's no square.
Well, maybe black should
Queen
be
h5
going
to
queen
prepare
h5
knight
immediately.
g4.
But even though, I mean, if white is moving something knight g4, there is still nothing really happening, any real problem for white. But I think this position, for example, it could be not necessarily so good for white. I mean, the black squares are weak. Also, bishop c4 might be coming there. Though knight g3 is possible here. Well, I don't know. Of course, it's very difficult if you have no home preparation on this. It's very difficult to calculate all this. because it's not a one-move story.
Certainly, and knowing that this is what Vichy prepared for, that makes it even more difficult. You look at the time situation, Vichy has barely used 5 minutes, and Ding Liren is already down to an hour and 42. Starting from 2 hours, that means that he's about to spend 20 minutes until he will make his move, knowing that Vichy is still in his book, in his preparation.
Yes, but on the other hand, d4 is something that you have to look in your preparation, especially if you played a few times, right?
Queen b8, repeating it multiple times.
The only way that you don't look d4 if the computer engine is not suggesting it, you know? If, let's say, the computer was not suggesting d4 at all, then you may not consider it really. But as we also seen that there was a game also there.
Just 2 weeks ago.
So actually, it was Black who made the new move with d takes e3.
Yes, he must have looked at it, yes.
Of course. So now it's a big question that why Ding Liren is spending so much time at this point.
Did it happen to you sometimes that you know the line, you prepared it, but he may not have prepared it for today, so he has to try to remember it, and he has some doubts if he remembers correctly the line?
That, of course, can happen very easily, but still, this is kind of such a forced line that. But of course, there are a lot of deviation possibilities. I think here really that he might be thinking that did I have to take on e1 first, or play b5, or play this or that. So there is a chance that, of course, he was not necessarily prepared on this so much, and now he's recalling his deep ideas. Let's go for the other games. We did not see all of them yet. For example, Grishuk-Yu Yangyi game. It seems to be, it was a Petrov. And after knight e5, d6, knight f3, knight takes e4, d4 is the classical way of playing it. And interesting that after d5, bishop d3, Yu Yangyi played bishop f5.
Oh.
I wonder, can you check it please that...
I will.
How often do they play it? Because the classical way is either bishop e7 or bishop d6. Those were the moves when I was competing that I had to deal with a lot. Bishop f5 was not really a popular move, so it's. I wonder how popular it got. Bishop f5.
Let me just check real quick if I see any recent games for that. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces against Wang Yue, so maybe it has become somewhat popular among the Chinese players, especially since they are teammates and sometimes they work together, prepare for the Olympiads together.
But also I see there a Grishuk game that he had played it with white.
Indeed, and Vichy against Li Chao, another Chinese player. It may be a Chinese specialty because I also see Ni Hua with the black pieces. So a couple of Chinese players.
Yes, but if I see that it's in 2007 it was played.
2017,
yes,
these
17
games. Yes,
these games. So it's not a very fresh game, recent game. Okay, so how does it go? Castle, I guess everybody is doing that, or most likely, and then black plays bishop e7. So actually it's a transposing to bishop e7, castle, bishop f5. I'm sure that.
So I've realized that there are some fresh games also among top players. Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces against Wei Yi, and Ruslan Ponomarev against Vidit Gujarati. Those were all played just a month ago, basically. So it's catching up.
Knight e5, knight d7. Knight c3. Well, in the Petrov, it's always difficult to get advantage, and the main idea is for white, how can you make it to a game that it can be interesting with some ideas.
Judith, I need to tell you that there are still a couple of games I find for this position after knight d7.
Because of the transpositions also,
two of them are Yu Yangyi's game with the white pieces.
Okay.
He's an expert of this with both colors.
Yes, but you know it's very tricky because sometimes when you're on the other side, it's completely different to play it, depending what side. So probably he might be also a player who was playing it from the white side. He couldn't find real advantage, or he didn't feel comfortable, and started to play it with the other side with black. And so knight c3. Let's see where we have a deviation or the novelty.
Knight
if we have
c3
so
was
far.
played by Yu Yangyi, and it's not the most popular. He played it twice with the white pieces, and Grishuk went for the same line.
Knight takes e3, bishop d3, and I see c takes d3 is interesting continuation and gives new ideas for white. It's important for white to cover the c4 and e4 squares, and it opens up, which is the most important, the line, the diagonal for the queen to b3. And after castle, white did play queen b3.
That is, according to my database, a novelty. Yu Yangyi himself played rook b1 against Vachier, and then he had another game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda that was also rook b1, as far as I can tell.
Well, queen b3 is a move which you have to consider, obviously, which I believe that it's kind of forcing black to take at knight e5 is kind of the logical continuation. The other move is to play knight b6, defending the b7 and the d5 pawn at the same time. I wonder if there is any other option for black. But I believe black has to defend both pawns. So, for example, if knight e5, then d takes e5. Black would be playing, let's say, b6. And actually, it looks kind of pleasant for white, to be honest. I would consider to play f4, f5, unless black is playing f5 to stop me playing that. Yeah, it is not so simple for white. The question is how he wants to progress in this position after b6. Because actually, I think queen b3 I would like very much if I force black to play knight b6, because white's knight is in the center, and the knight on b6 is absolutely not a piece which black would be kind of proud of. Okay, black can still go f6 later on to kick away the e5 knight. But I think now it's a big question which direction Yu Yangyi will be moving in this game. Because now he really has to make a decision whether he's exchanging the knight in the center or he does something different.
Yeah. And it's interesting if he even thought about queen b3 or he just preferred rook b1 in those games. So if he had analyzed these kind of lines from the white side, do you think he was experimenting and he also may have looked at this idea? Because queen b3 looks like a natural move.
Queen b3 is the most natural. What I would be interested, if after rook b1, what was the reaction from black side? Was it rook b8?
Rook b8 in one game, and then the other one was knight takes e5, d takes e5, b6.
And which was first?
Let me tell you the date. The difference is a few months difference between these two games. One was, if I could jump at the very end of this, let me see real quick again the database. 1 second. Yu Yangyi played against Vachier in June 2018. That was rook b8. And knight takes e5, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the World Rapid in December last year. So half a year difference. Knight takes e5. Well, it was in Rapid. I'm not even sure that Duda was that aware of the Vachier game. Because you don't have time to prepare for the Rapid that much.
Well, I think with queen b3, simply white wants black to be forced to take on e5. And yeah, it's a big question what Alexander has in mind. If he wants to go bishop b2 and rook e1 possibly. But let's see, we haven't seen Fabiano's game against Wesley So.
Not yet, that's the American Derby.
Let's see that. I think we covered all the others. And it is also an Italian opening as well. Bishop c5, c3, knight f6, but it was d4 in this case. E takes d4, e5, d5, bishop e2. We can say that actually today we have quite an interesting openings in all the game.
Yeah, theoretical battles in every single game.
Yeah. Knight e4, c takes d4, bishop b4. This is all theory. I think many games on this. Bishop d2. And Fabiano is playing it practically without thinking because he has spent only 2.5 minutes from his time. Knight bd2, castle, castles f6, and bishop b5.
Bishop b5 is not any of the popular moves. I only see one game with bishop b5, and that is a game of the Armenian international master Shan Sargsyan with the white pieces against Arman-Pashikian. So none of the super tournaments have ever seen bishop b5 being
Interesting,
tested.
because it seems to me the most logical move. In other hand, the idea is that after f takes e5, white would be taking bishop c6, and obviously after b takes c6, knight e5, white would have a very pleasant game with his knight in the center. But I believe that after, instead of b takes c6, we might see some... No, there is no intermediate move of e4 because white would just take knight takes e4 actually. And after d4, bishop e4 or something else. So after bishop b5, knight e7 is possible, which also has to be checked. What happens if knight d4, black is giving up a piece in order to have a very strong center. F takes e5, and I mean, for example, if white goes knight c2, I would go bishop d6, black goes c6, e4. It can be some good counterplay for black with queen h4.
2 pawns for the piece, plus the pair of bishops and the kingside initiative. This could be very interesting, but when you know that your opponent prepared bishop b5,
Yeah.
you're less likely to enter a piece sacrifice on your own without engines supporting your thoughts.
Exactly. Knight e7 has been played just now. But I believe that bishop b5 must be a good move if you have to go knight e7.
Yes.
So this is definitely a gain from white's side. I think white can go a3, for example. It looks like an option. Though after this, probably black takes bishop d2, queen d2, and bishop g4. So actually it would be already useful for white to have his pawn on h3. Analyzing this line, it means that h3 might be the next move of white, because you don't want to see the bishop, black bishop on g4, because then there would be, maybe the two bishop would cause quite some trouble. Queen b3 is an option, because let's face it, the b4 bishop is not very comfortable there, I believe, and it's under attack. If bishop d2, knight d2, it's not clear who is going to be fast. Let's say c6, bishop d3, f takes e5, d takes e5, knight f5 possibly. Well, I don't know. After knight e7, I'm sure we're going to see something fast, and it's a3. Yeah, it's very forcing right now, and I believe that black is going to be taking on d2.
If the bishop moves, actually that could transpose bishop a5. Then we are transposing to one game that I did find. That's between Paco Vallejo with the white pieces against Ruslan Ponomaryov from one of the Spanish team championships 2 years ago. And that was, instead of bishop b5, Vallejo played a3, Ponomaryov went bishop a5, and then bishop b5. So we actually transposed into that game because knight e7 happened afterwards.
And now bishop d3 happened. Back.
Oh, okay. Then we are in new territory because Vallejo played queen to c2 instead of moving the bishop away from b5.
Yeah, white is very energetic, and if black would be playing bishop g4, then simply I think white is going possibly b4, bishop b6, h3. Maybe not even h3, maybe simply queen c2. Already starting to put pressure on this diagonal. So after bishop d3, actually I prefer white's position for the moment. It was important for white to make the move go away to e7, so there is no pressure on the e5 pawn.
Yeah, neither on e5 nor on d4. The one plus of having the knight on e7 is that black can sometimes go bishop f5. The game of Vallejo was actually, instead of bishop d3, he played queen c2. Ponomaryov played bishop f5, and then Vallejo went bishop d3, so they traded the light squared bishop.
Yeah, okay, but bishop d3, I believe it's an interesting idea, with the quick idea to play queen c2, and also sometimes this a5 bishop can be feeling uncomfortable, and also at some point white can be exchanging on f6.
True.
And jumping to e5 very fast. I mean, the knight on e5 can be extremely unpleasant for black.
How do you see bishop f5 here if Wesley would try to go for something similar as Ponomaryov, even if it's not the same position, of course?
After bishop f5, it's possible that white wants to simply to take, but it's also not so simple, because let's say I go queen c2, then black might want simply to take on e5, and I cannot take with the knight because the d4 is hanging at this point. So after bishop f5, I think it's either queen c2 anyway, and then we transpose, or bishop f5, knight f5. For example, what about b4, bishop b6, and knight b3, defending the pawn on d4 and still keep the tension in the center. And later on, knight c5 is possible to play, queen d3, rook c1, a4. It can be kind of unpleasant for black. So I would consider this. There are some interesting things happening on the other boards.
Yeah, let's catch up with the rest of the games,
everywhere.
Of course.
Actually, let's go back to Magnus's board, because he sacrificed the pawn.
All right, let's catch up with that.
Maybe it's all theory, I'm not sure about that. After knight f3, black played knight d7 in this position. And after bishop e2, black played queen a5. This is the square in the Grünfeld for the queen. Castles, queen a2, knight d2, queen a5. Of course, Mamedyarov is also a fantastic player, and he has such a fighting spirit. He's such an original player in his style that it's a real joy to follow these games with some creative ideas to come, I think. Knight, queen a5. In these positions, the question always when black is actually grabbing this side pawn on a2, it happens in many lines in Grünfeld. I was playing Grünfeld myself, and sometimes I was eating up this pawn also with the black pieces. White's aim is to be very energetic and active in these positions. Black is behind in development, while white is really controlling very strongly the center, and also later on d5, f4, e5, knight comes to e4. So the piece play and the center pawns for white, it can be so powerful that even a pawn is not necessarily enough for black. So I don't know if we had any games on this.
Yes, let me tell you real quick. I did find two games. It wasn't the same move order, but we end up being in the same position where black wins the a2 pawn for a few tempi, because it takes time to capture the pawn and then bring back the queen. And those two games happened in the same year, that is 2011. One was played with the black pieces by our compatriot Ferenc Berkes. He played this game one more time. Let me open it. My database is a bit slow. Sandro Marocco with the white pieces against Ferenc Berkes at the FIDE World Cup in 2011. And the same year, the same capture on a2 happened also in the game of Peter Svidler with the black pieces against Darcy Lima at the same FIDE World Cup. That was 2011, and there are no other games with this exact position ever since.
And after queen a5?
Queen a5, and they reached it with a different move order, but white followed with e5 in the Berkes game.
Yeah.
And in Peter Svidler's game, it was d5, I believe. Let me just double check the move order.
Well, both pawn moves looks very logical.
Now the question is, which pawn will be pushed by the world champion? d5 or e5 or something else to prepare for the pawn push.
Yes, because after knight, well, white can take back a pawn by playing knight b3, but this is not what white is aiming for, because white simply does not want to take such a pawn on c5, because the bishop can stay powerful, also the knight can jump to e5 possibly. So this is not something white would be seriously considering these positions, I believe. Well, both d5 and e5 looks very strong. For some reason, I like e5 better. But well, after d5, black is cannot take on c3. That would be too much, because immediately knight c4, queen b4, rook b1 would simply trap the queen, losing material for black. But after d5, usually b5 is the immediate reaction. So black can move back to b6 or c7 later. And yeah,
d5,
white.
b5, c4,
F4,
b4, f4. Those are the pawn pushes in the game of Peter Svidler against Darcy Lima from 2011. Svidler with the black pieces, of course.
Yeah, we can say that he's
One of the
the
main
biggest,
experts
the
of
biggest
Svidler.
main expert.
The
or
Svidler, I was
one of
going the Svidler defense. Basically, we could name the Grunfeld the Svidler defense. I just coined it, but it would be actually true. He's one of the main experts of the Grunfeld defense, Peter Svidler.
I'm very curious how Magnus will continue, whether it's e5 or d5 that he's going to be playing, or something else. I mean, you know, h4 is also possible.
He's taking
Go
his
H5.
time, and he has spent more time up until now than Vachier-Mamedyarov, who only used 15 minutes from his time, and Magnus is down to 1 hour and 31 minutes.
Let's see the other game. What do you think? Aronian
Sure.
and Maxim, because we stopped when Levon played f4, and he was spending only a few minutes. Since then, it's a different story. He got the move as a reply, queen c7. Yes, this is also, it has its ideas behind it, so f takes g5 is not possible because black would be taking the g3 pawn. And for the moment, knight b5 is not so strong because black would be moving away with his queen to b8. After that, a6 would be played, and there is no danger, anything that white would have in this position. So after queen c7, white played e4, and Maxim played knight e7. So for the moment, the f4 pawn is stopped by the c7 queen because it has a pin over the g3 pawn. So now the question is, the most logical is to play knight g2 to create the threat of f takes g5, as the g3 pawn is protected now.
We are in a completely new territory. We already mentioned that the idea of h5, f4 was only played in one game, and that wasn't even a game at the grandmaster level. So this is a completely new field of experimental opening lines. Today we are witnessing a couple of openings where white mainly is trying to go for a new kind of territory, even if it's difficult to come up with novelties nowadays.
We can go back to Magnus's game. I was kind of joking with h4, but we have it on the
He
board.
went for it. h4, played by the world champion.
Well, he was so happy with this move.
Yeah.
In round 3, when
Yes.
we were talking about making some central pawn moves there also, he said, it's only h4. So it still has this h4 spirit of this game, but of course it's not something out of the sky, right? I mean, h4, h5 is very much a typical kind of move in the Grunfeld, but it's interesting that he did play this move.
Yeah, so neither d5 nor e5, which were played earlier against Peter Svidler and Ferenc Berkes, but Magnus Carlsen chooses h4.
He wants to be playing it very aggressive. Actually, he spent half an hour by now.
Yes, which
So
is quite a lot.
he's behind a little bit in this game comparing to his opponent. Of course, 1.5 hours is just fine for the game, but it's not that it was a home preparation. That's the only thing I would like to point out. Otherwise, probably he would have been played it faster.
Shall we go back to the Grishuk-Yu Yangyi game? Yu Yangyi is our birthday boy. He turns 25 today, the youngest participant of the field. And this is an interesting position too. We did see it up until the moment.
Yeah, we
of
saw
Queen
Queen
B3.
B3 and Black decided to play Knight takes E5, which I believe the only logical reply. And after D takes E5, Queen D7. Queen D7 is actually very active. We were considering B6. And because after Queen D7, if White cannot take on B7, so let's see what happens if Queen would be taking it, then Rook B8, Queen A6, Rook B6, Queen has to go to A5. And Rook G6, I believe, can be interesting. And but I'm not sure how good is it this because if after Queen A5, Rook B5, then Queen A4. So nothing is really can be happening because of the pin. So I would believe that after Queen A5, Rook G6 can be a possibility, but also, you know, Queen C6 might be very unpleasant. And with the threat of Rook A6. So White's only move
doesn't trap
actually.
the queen, so you need to create some space
the
for it.
only move is C4, and after D takes C4, D takes C4. Yeah, it would be nice to go through G6.
Can we hop over the queen?
No,
New
actually,
rules.
the problem is even Rook G6 would not be good enough because of Queen
The queen
D5.
goes back to D5.
It's not worth trying to make illegal moves even. But okay, Queen B7, Rook B8, Queen A6. Well, I just wonder why actually the pawn was not taken. Queen
It makes sense to take
A5.
it once we play Queen B3.
But okay, probably Rook G6 is the move, which can create some unpleasantness. For example, Rook H2 is already a threat with a perpetual check. So White probably would need to play G3. And well, probably H5. This is in the style of this tournament, right? To go for, and actually, these are the kind of position Alexander would not be happy with, you know, because you don't like it when your king is attacked, Black has the initiative. But I'm not sure, in other hand, that is it really full compensation for Black or no. So after Queen D7, this pawn was not taken. Interesting. So F4 was played, and this I can understand that White wants to play F5. If White would have enough time to play F5, then definitely White has a clear advantage and space advantage, and it's very unpleasant for Black. So F5 was kind of a must move in this position. En passant is not something White would be considering in such a position, because it's either Rook F6 or Bishop F6, and then F4 is more of a weakness than something good for White's position. And White played A4, so definitely White wants to keep the initiative. He has a pawn, passed E pawn, which obviously will be not easy to push it all the way to E8 to Queen. Black will be most likely block on E6. Well, of course, the most ideal would have a knight here, but there is no knight.
I would love to have a knight on E6.
So the question is now whether is Black going to be playing B6, or probably A5 will be happening. Another option for Black, I think, after A4 to play A5 and B6. But this is also going to be still a long game, for sure. I really would like to go to the game for Anand.
Sure,
Ding
let's
Liren.
switch, because something is happening
Because
again.
it is mess from every direction here.
We did mention that there was a recent game with this D4 idea at the French League just 2 weeks ago. But in that game that we were following, D4, E takes D4, Bishop takes C6, Black took back on C6. If we show one more time the moment where the
It was
players
this
deviated.
position.
So there was one game in the database for this position with d4, e takes d4, and after bishop takes c6, b takes c6 was the game of Jordan van Forest against Yannick Gozzoli just a few weeks ago in France. And now Ding Liren took on c3, not capturing the bishop. That is a temporary piece sacrifice. Basically, the bishop is still hanging and bishop takes f2.
I don't know
is
how
the
much
threat.
temporary it is.
Maybe he made it permanent because he doesn't want to take the rook. Let's see. One more time. Bishop a4. He takes on f2 with a check. So then he could grab the rook on e1 if he wanted and have a rook versus two minor pieces, rook and couple of pawns.
Yes, but he did not take on e1.
He plays d5.
d5. Plays immediately in the center,
Wow.
not doing anything like this, developing white's pieces, nor taking the rook, which we were discussing, that you don't want to give up this beautiful bishop. I mean, on f2 it stands so beautifully. And d5 is a very straightforward idea, because white does not want to open up the file simply. After bishop d5, white would have some trouble with development with his bishop and rook. Or after e takes d5, possibly also knight d5 is definitely to be considered, because then bishop e3 kind of moves are not possible. So it was completely understandable to keep the position closed with e5. On the other hand, you are not very happy to allow a knight on e4, right,
Definitely
in such a
not.
position. But bishop e3 was the idea behind the straight e5 with the tempo. But black is not taking it so far, but still keeps the tension and played c5. And we should not forget that there is a pawn on c3, which is for the moment, especially if black will be able to play d4, it can be a very unpleasant situation for white. But definitely something is really boiling.
So in terms of material, this is black giving up a piece, but there are plenty of pawns for the piece and the initiative that black has gained with this bishop on f2, the knight jumping into e4, the central pawns. And there's still a c3 pawn that's annoying. It's a spike in white's position.
But I wonder what black has in mind. What happens if I just try to simply play takes on f2? Well, of course, maybe he's not going to take on f2. That's the thing. Maybe c takes b3, c takes b2 is something what black is planning for. Because if knight f2, then white just goes queen c2, attacking the knight on f2. And if c takes b2, queen b2 is probably not the best because of knight d3.
Yeah.
And black would be winning back some material. But what is very important for black in this position, I believe, that the white bishop on black squares does not exist.
Yeah.
So it's an important...
That's the difference. What Judith is emphasizing is that black could have taken the rook earlier with the bishop from f2, but that would have meant that white still has the dark squared bishop. And this position, now black wants to take the rook because he has already traded the dark squared bishop of white.
Yeah, here it would be not easy for white at all. Wherever he would be going, black eventually already takes on e1. And after rook e1, something like d4, for example, of course, black would be much more happy to have the pawn on a6 and be able to play b5 and c4, but things cannot be so good for black. So after c5, this could be an alternative that it's going to be this in the game. But for example, if b takes c3, is also something definitely to consider, because still if bishop e1, queen e1, then I think white would be happy, especially still that the b5 square is weak, and the black square bishop is very important. And white would be ready to eliminate the e4 knight with knight g3. But after b takes c3, I have the feeling that black wants to continue it with knight c3. And, well, yeah, I might be considering giving up a queen by this way and having 3 pieces for the queen, but I don't think it can be enough for white because black goes d4. There are too many pawns of black and white cannot get so active as he wants to be. So after knight c3, let's say queen c2, bishop takes e3. And after rook e3 or knight e3, black would be going d4.
still this really interesting dynamics where black has, in this case, two
Still
pawns.
three
Pawns. I'm very bad at math. 3 pawns for the piece, but those pawns are extremely advanced, the D and C pawns at least, and the knight on C3 is annoying.
Well, I think we should go back because we have
Yeah,
a
new
move.
moves.
Bishop f2 was played, knight f2, and now the question is where white wants to be moving his queen. But I believe either c2 or e2, and what we have looked at after cb2, white is not going to be playing bishop queen b2. I think white's plan is to go rook b1, so white will not lose the exchange with knight d3. So now probably black can go c4, for example, to defend the f2 knight, but more importantly, he still would want to go knight to d3. That would be important part. So the question is, after knight f2, where to move with the queen? If let's say queen e2, c takes b2, rook b1, probably anyway c4 will be.
Which protects the knight on f2 and
And
is ready
knight
to
d3.
play knight d3. Also ready to push c3 if white is not taking the b2 pawn, which would be, of course, unlikely. But yeah, it means that once you take this knight d3 winning back material, so then how do you prevent c3? You can't do everything.
No.
I just realized, why do we need to make 2 moves to prevent both?
No, and I mean, white is definitely not happy to see all
No.
these pawns on the queen side, and especially not happy seeing a knight on d3. So it is a serious moment, and I'm not even sure that Vichy is so happy about it.
Doesn't seem like, and I'm really curious in terms of the theoretical battle. It is Vichy who went for this d4 move, which was tested just a few weeks ago, for the first time. So he may have liked that game, or his second said that, oh, that's a very interesting variation. Let's go for it. They must have analyzed also the d takes c3 option for black.
Yes, I believe it must have been analyzed.
And it also looks like Ding Liren must have analyzed it, since he has been repeating queen b8
course,
all the time.
of
So he
course.
was ready. Both players were ready for this variation. The question is, how ready were they? How much they have this prepared?
And for me, this was always one of the most difficult issue in practical games when you get unbalanced in pieces. Like you have how many pawns you have, but you have to consider also how active your pieces are, what is the pawn structure, what attacking opportunities are for either color. So it is very difficult decision, I think, to evaluate. I mean, it's okay that you have a feeling, but to evaluate those positions, it is very difficult. And I don't know how much engines are good in that, to be honest. Probably they could be better than humans.
Yeah, and another question is that sometimes I feel like whenever there's a very complex variation, you analyze it with the engine says, you're okay, you can play it. But when you have it over the board in a competitive situation that is a concrete game, it's not the same because the engine is not there anymore. And humans have feelings. You may start being afraid of certain positions. You may start seeing ghosts, threats that may not even exist, and then tell the engine everything is okay.
Absolutely, that can be a very serious mistake by a player to look with an engine this kind of positions, see the evaluation, trust the engine with this, and maybe the engine is right, but it's so complicated that sometimes completely unnormal human moves have to be played in order to really get that evaluation. So it can be very tricky, but I think by now, with having the engines in our preparation for more than a decade or almost nearly 2, the players are aware of this problem. So
we are talking about the best players in the world.
Yeah, so they know
and the
exactly.
best players in the world, also in the studio in terms of Judith, who has been world number 8. If you guys don't know it, you should look up Judith's biography and everything she has achieved during her career. And as some of the players said, I just want to add, Judith, before you blush too much, that the players were saying that Judith should be in the playing hall, not in the studio. And I agree.
Well, it's a lot of fun to see, especially these games today, what is really happening. A lot of fire on the boards. I mean, really, this game is very exciting. The game between
the pawn is on h5 already?
b5 was played between Magnus and Mamedyarov. h4, b5 was played, and h5. Well, of course, this was the obvious follow-up of the move h4 previously. And, well, it is a very open game. We'll see how Mamedyarov will be reacting. I don't know if knight f6 is something to be considered, but probably, well, I wonder if black wants to go back with his queen either to c7 or b6. But, or maybe he just wants to go bishop b7 to continue developing moves. Because, okay, this h5 pawn is unpleasant on the king's side, but it's far from giving mate.
Yeah, the pawn alone.
So, yeah.
Can you imagine? That would be a great movie. Maybe in a chess variant, but not in classical chess or in any type of normal chess.
Yeah. So, of course, this is appealing for white to have his pawn on h5 already, but now he has to figure out how, what is the continuation of the attack. So maybe after bishop b7, white will be playing already d5. And then later on f4. But on the other hand, black can go f5. Is a typical reaction move, which I don't know how much is it stopped black playing f5 after h5. Maybe h takes g6. Actually, h takes g6, f4. So there are some tricky situations going on.
That traps the bishop on e3.
So if after f5, probably white has to take e takes f5, black can go g takes f5, and f4 is a threat, d5 is hanging. Also in later stage, anytime black can go back to b6 to cover protect the 6th rank. And this after d5, f5 is a very common reaction that black sometimes not can do, but must do. But I wonder after h5 if bishop b7 will be the move. I don't like to be playing c takes d4, for example, because after c takes d4, white has a very strong open file. But even this is something to consider. I mean, even moves like e5, and after d5, bishop b7. I mean...
And it's still a pawn up for black. Let's remember that Magnus Carlsen sacrificed the a2 pawn in this Grunfeld variation, a typical position where black goes for the a2 pawn for a few tempi, and we shall see if white gets enough initiative.
Well, this is kind of would be dangerous for black, because the b5 pawn might be weak and black can lose it.
And the c7 square you need to keep protecting so that there's no rook c7.
So after h5, it is very interesting what Mamedyarov will be playing. So far, they're extremely balanced in time, exactly the same time they have on the clocks.
That means that Mamedyarov started thinking too, because he did have about a 15-minute time advantage.
Ah, really? I was not aware of that.
So now it's Shahryar who is investing more time in this position. It's not a simple position at all. When the world champion gives up a pawn against you and then pushes h4, h5.
Exactly. Okay, so we come back to this position. In the meantime...
Another h5 game was between Levon Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That was h5, f4 in the opening. That's quite a fresh idea too in the game of Levon Aronian in this English opening.
Well, after knight g7, knight g2 was played, obviously, so white was ready to take the pawn on g5. And black decided to take. Actually, he did have to decide on something to react after knight e2. So g takes f4, g takes f4, which is very clearly the only move, because white has to cover the e5 square in these kind of positions. Black played d6, bishop e3. And, well, now actually Levon has a very little, not even really significant time advantage of 3 minutes. And, but one thing is most likely that neither side will be castling on the short side.
How do you know that, Judith? Tell us.
I'm not sure about that. No, black can actually may castle, but probably it's not very advisable.
Yeah, there are no G pawns for either player, so castling kingside is a bit of a risk if you don't want to get mated.
But it's a question, how will black manage to castle, and white as well, because knight b5 can be somewhat unpleasant, having the attack over the d6. So a6 looks logical continuation. White may play queen d2 and possibly castle long. Let's say black would be playing bishop d7, long castle, which I'm not completely sure about. And what is this position? Let's say king b1 in order that eventually d4 can be played. It is a very, very interesting position. Knight d4 can be a move.
Just before white could push d4, and the c4 pawn was not in the pin. That's why Judith moved the king to b1.
Actually, maybe it was possible to play d4 immediately, so black has an option to play, instead of long castle, the knight d4. Oops. We have a move.
Oh,
Bishop d7.
Let's see that one.
Bishop d7. So black is, for the moment, he does not want to waste time with a6, because he says that after knight b5 I can simply go queen b8. There is no better than to do some developing moves, let's say queen d2 and then a6. But my question is, after queen b8, can white go e5?
I mean, for
in
knight
order
d6 and bishop c5
to take
here.
a pawn here. But I believe that after e5, knight f5 can be an unpleasant, with actually the knight would come with a tempo. This is a very important intermediate move for the moment, I believe.
And if white needs to waste a tempo on moving the bishop away,
Already d takes is possible. And after bishop c5, black even has the time for a6, because the black knight is defending the d6 pawn,
important
square.
detail, this knight f5 move.
Yeah, so it would come with a tempo. So it means that after knight b5, queen b8, well, of course, always crazy ideas comes to mind, to play d4, and after a6 possibly to take on d6.
Today is the day of peace sacrifices.
But I'm not sure it can be enough, you know. I'm not sure at all. I think it's even possible to take, and what about bishop b2? I mean, there are a lot of tactics here, but for the moment, I don't believe exactly in this d4. On the other hand, white can also get nothing special at all. But if black wants to go knight d4 later, actually maybe black wants to go knight d4 in the next move. If let's say queen d2, maybe he wants to go knight d4 and actually completely forget about this a6, not losing time with this move.
Yeah, saying that the knight on d4 is doing a good job preventing these knight b5 jumps.
Yeah, this is a very important plan for black when the pawns have this structure c4, d3, e4, then the d4 square is very weak. So
It's an interesting position, a rich middle game that we will see later between Aronian and Vachier. Let's have a little tour around the rest of the boards before we go for our first break.
we have Fabiano against Wesley. So interestingly enough, when we stopped after bishop d3, and the black played only 2 moves ago knight e7 because it was pushed away by the bishop from b5, he went back knight c6, and white went to bishop b5 because still indirectly wants to control over the e5 square, as after fe still white would be going bishop f6. And after bishop b5, bishop b6 happened, putting counter chances and counter-attack on the d4 pawn. So it's a question whether white will be deciding to take this, takes, and possibly queen c2, for example, immediately to put pressure on the c6 pawn. And of course, it's always a question whether any time white wants to take, grab the pawn, but for the moment I think it could be early, because white cannot make this knight e5 nice move in the center because the d4 pawn is hanging for the moment. So let's see how Fabi will be deciding on bishop b6. Then in the meantime with Anand, they reached the position we were discussing, that actually after knight f2, Vichy decided to play queen c2, and after c takes b2, he just played in this moment rook b1. And definitely he was not ready to give back the exchange by queen b2 and knight d3. So now black either goes back to knight e4 and stabilizes his position this way, or, which I'm expecting, c4 to defend the knight from the queen, in order that he would be jumping with his knight to d3.
Yeah, the knight on d3 would be extremely powerful. And these 3 pawns, the b2 pawn, c4 pawn, and d5 pawn, if black can keep those pawns on the board, that's worth a piece, the piece that Liren has sacrificed.
Well, white probably should be aiming for playing somehow queen c3 and occupy the square of d4 with his knight, and probably playing bishop c2, not bishop b2, but bishop c2, and somehow get rid of the d3 knight if it's going to be there. But it's still a lot to come in this position, I believe. While in the game between Grishuk and Yangyi, not much has happened since then. After a4, black played b6, and actually Alexander decided not to go a5, but to develop with his bishop. And let's see what he's going to be up to here.
I feel like most of the times we tune into this game, it's a chair stream. It's Alexander Grishuk's orange chair versus the birthday boy Yangyi. He was the only player to ask for a different kind of chair. We all have these very comfortable office chairs, and the players have a label on the chair. So every round the arbiters are shuffling the chairs around so that everyone can keep the same chair with the adjusted height. But Grishuk prefers the cafeteria chairs to the wheeling office chairs. We don't know exactly why. We should still have him in the studio to ask about the chair.
Yeah, well, probably he just feels more comfortable. He's very tall, and probably he likes stability, as these chairs have wheels.
Yeah,
the other
all
chairs.
The other chairs have wheels. That's why I'm rolling around. It's difficult not to when it's so
and you
comfortable.
can also turn. It's not only rolling,
Yes,
it's also
indeed.
turning. So it may not be helpful for his concentration.
Yeah.
That's all.
The first day we thought he did it only for the blitz, because in blitz you don't want your arm to slip.
Yeah.
But then he actually kept the chair for the rest of the event.
Exactly.
Then we also have the game, I was going to say if there are any new moves in any of the games we have checked, but I don't actually
Well, actually,
see...
we have a move between
okay, here.
Anand, yeah, that after c4, white decided to play knight queen b2.
Okay.
Interestingly enough, and
Deciding
black,
to give up the
exchange after all. Yeah, I wonder if after knight d3, if Vichy wants to go queen d4, exchanging the queens, or to go queen c3 only, because you have to keep control over the d4 square, that's for sure. And because if black would be taking and then rook takes, it's still very important, right, that black has the a5 move, so the b5 is a weak spot. And then white would like to go knight d4, with the other knight possibly knight g3 and knight h5. So it seems like everything is under control from white's side, but...
And why can't white take on b7? I'm sure that that's
maybe
gonna
he
be
can.
wrong, because
Maybe he can, I just...
I feel like
think-
there should be something wrong with it. So I thought that you must see it, and I don't see it, because if we trade on b7 and then knight takes e1, white has to take back on e1 with the knight. It feels like there could be something wrong with this.
Well, there are, I think, different ideas for black. First of all, you can exchange on b7, then take on e1, takes, and then simply play d4 immediately. So these two pawns are very powerful, and in an endgame, it's even more dangerous.
It's funny how in this position it would be an endgame where black has only 2 pawns for the piece, but those 2 pawns are pass pawns, connected pass pawns, quite
No,
well
but actually
advanced.
he has, what is it? It's rook,
Oh,
2
sorry.
pawns
Yeah,
for 2 knights.
I'm confusing
Yes.
what I was trying to explain. But material-wise,
It's black.
it is black who
Yeah.
is winning, plus he has the connected pass pawns.
Yes, yeah.
So queen takes b7, even though it gives back a pawn to white, it does seem like it leads to a very nice
difficult.
endgame for
Yes.
black.
Yeah.
So to avoid this, white will have to keep the queen on the board, but if he keeps the queens on the board, it means he cannot take on b7.
No.
That's one more pawn for black.
No, not at all. I think queen c3 seems to be the most logical to me.
To keep the d4
Control.
square under
Yeah,
control.
yeah, it has to be kept under control. And the question is whether knight takes e1, rook takes e1, and now how black wants to be continuing. If he can go queen c5, for example. Actually, no, that was not right what I was wondering. Because queen c5, black tries to go b5, and after knight d4, let's say, black would be playing queen b4.
What I find really interesting is that usually we say that a rook and a pawn is worth 2 minor pieces, normally. And here, black has a rook and 3 pawns fighting against 2 minor pieces. So that would mean 2 pawns up, if we calculate it that way. It's only that white is trying, and so far managing, to control the d4, c3, and b5 squares, so that those are key squares that make sure that black cannot advance the pawns further.
Well,
but still, it feels like it could be
it
bad.
is the only thing white is controlling the squares, and he has to keep it that way because that's the only way that he can balance it out, this material. But here, for example, what we have on the board, it can be quite unpleasant for white because white cannot defend the e1 rook and the a4 bishop at the same time. So it means that I
problems
think
in terms of tactics.
yeah, I think here, after queen c5, for example, definitely white has to go rook b1 to stop b5 and stop queen b4 at the same time. But here, for example, black could go d4, giving back a pawn. So if knight d4, then queen e5. If queen takes d4, then possibly, for example, queen a3 might be unpleasant, and then rook is coming to d8. So this is something to consider, I believe. So I mean, white could be, for example, if we talk about this position, if white can bring his rook on b1, knight on d4, and bring the knight on e3, and everything is blocked, all these pawns, as black would have no files, open files for him to get counter chances, I think white would be better actually. But whenever black can get the passed pawns next to each other, c4, d4, that would be awfully dangerous in any circumstances for white, especially with the queen down, but in any case.
This is a really interesting game, and I'm wondering where Vichy's preparation ended, because it does feel like Liren got a very nice position with the black pieces, and it was Vichy who entered this theoretical battle with d4, trying to go for a new territory. It was clearly a variation that they both must have analyzed, what we were discussing with Judith earlier, but it does seem like the Chinese grandmaster has had it better prepared, better analyzed, or simply Vichy went wrong with what he remembered.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure
this is
about.
still okay for white?
I think it can be balanced. It's just extremely dangerous that in one move, everything can be upside down and be changed. For example, it's interesting that at this point, black is really spending quite some time on the move knight d3.
Whether even to take the rook.
Maybe b5 he's thinking, I don't know. Maybe b5 is a move to consider, for example, in this position. As queen b5 is not possible, I believe, or is it? If queen b5 is possible, rook b8, queen c6. And, well, yeah, it seems like it's kind of okay for white. I just thought that queen b5 is not possible. But it's very important for black, for example, what about queen takes b5, d4? I think it's probably exaggerating because white can go queen b6.
Do you think this is what Liren is considering instead of knight d3, b5?
I don't know, to be honest, because there's not too many options. I believe knight e4 is not really an option. White definitely wants to go with something to d4. He wants to go bishop c2 to stop knight d3. So I think he's just... okay, bishop f5 is possibly an option, for example. Try to attack the b1 rook, but obviously knight d3 is the most obvious move.
Yeah. We shall see if the Chinese Grandmaster will go for knight d3, and of course we'll be back with the rest of the games. I see Magnus Carlsen's pawn is already on h6, so there will be plenty of things to catch up with after a quick break. We'll see you very shortly.
Da är du klar.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Kung C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over och ut.
Hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. Aired live on multiple platforms worldwide, making sure your brand is part of this journey.
Welcome back to our broadcast. This is round 4 of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament with a revolutionary format where after the classical games, in case of a draw, we see an Armageddon sudden death blitz rapid playoff. Judith, how do you see today's round and how many fighting chess potential decisive games we are witnessing?
Well, actually, we are witnessing, I think, a very interesting round. We can recap just quickly all of them. This game actually between Grishuk and Yangyi so far is not so exciting actually, because it's a very balanced position, it's a close structure. What we don't have knights on the board, but still it's going to be a long strategic game, I believe. So here I would expect that there is a good chance that we are going to have an Armageddon in a later stage of the game.
For Grishuk, that will be his third Armageddon, and also Yangyi is quite familiar with that format, and it is his birthday today, so we shall see if that brings luck for the birthday boy.
And then we have Anand-Ding, which is very interesting between Ding Liren, because already we had an opening novelty and the material balance was broken, and now we have a position where White has a rook, 3 pieces, against Black has 2 rooks and 1 bishop, plus 3 pawns. So this makes it very difficult to evaluate this position, I believe. That after rook e1, Black played queen c5. Definitely, if it would be Black to move, then he would be playing b5, and it would be very strong position for Black. But it was obvious that rook b1 is the move. This is actually, before we went to break, we were discussing that it's very important for White to stop all these opportunities for Black b5 and queen b4. So at this point, Black is thinking, Ding Liren is spending his time, what is the best way for him? Is he going to sacrifice a pawn to open up the line? Will he be playing at some point f6 possibly? Or how can he bring the opportunity for himself somehow to make his pieces more active? Because for the moment he has 3 pawns here, but it's not clear how he can make use of his rooks, because there are no open files for the moment. So it is a very fragile position for both players. So this game, it's for 3 results, I think.
What we were saying with Judith is that normally you would consider that a rook and a pawn is worth as much as 2 minor pieces. In that sense, the position of Ding Liren is as if he were 2 pawns up, but so far White is doing a great job controlling those 3 pawns.
Yeah, this is what everything is all about, whether if White can really blockade all the pawns, then they by far have not such a power as they should, because they are all, especially C and D pawn, they are both passed pawns, but if they are blocked, then they cannot be powerful.
Indeed. And as you mentioned, the rooks still have no open files, so we shall see if Ding Liren can either find a way to push those pawns or open files for the rooks, or both.
So this is very much for 3 results. I can even say that maybe I would prefer to play it with White, I don't know. But it depends very much on time issues, whether White is reaching really with all the pieces to control the squares and block the pawns or not. Then we have a game between Fabiano and Vachier-Lagrave, an interesting situation, and now I see that something is really happening here, because after knight c6, bishop b5, bishop b6, White decided to take on c6 to capture, and after that rook to c1, where f takes e5, knight takes e5, and now bishop a6. I don't know if there is some blunder was made or anything like that happens, because at this point White cannot go rook e1, because Black would be playing immediately bishop d4 and immediately attack on c2 on f2. So after knight c6, bishop f2 check, and only after that the Black queen would be moving away. So after bishop a6, knight c6, queen f6, and right now White has to give up the exchange, which he's going to be giving up, I believe, with knight f3. Well, White can play rook e1, and after queen f2 to play king h1, but it's kind of looks a little scary for me from White's side.
It looks really scary with the queen on f2 and also these bishops pointing toward the king.
I don't know, somehow I have a strange feeling from the White side. Of course, White is possibly threatening with knight e7, Rook e8 is a possibility to do. I mean, black has a bishop pair after all. It's white has also a great knight on c6, but the position is can be very tricky because bishop e2 is a threat, very serious threat.
Yeah.
So
in terms of the opening, it was Fabiano who tried to get into a newish position, even if it's difficult to find any novelties in a Giocco piano, but he went for this bishop b5 early move. And then they transposed to the Vachier-Lagrave game.
Well, I would consider to give up the exchange by playing knight f3, and if black is going taking the rook, then take queen takes, and now the b6 bishop is kind of a pawn.
It looks like a pawn.
Especially if white will be able to reach which I don't see how black can stop that. To reach the square e5, it can be great compensation for white, I believe. Though after rook e8, knight e5 is not necessarily a good move yet because bishop d4 is there. So after rook e8, also black is threatening with rook e6. So it seems to be very interesting position with having his bishop on b6. Maybe b4, rook e6, b4, rook e6, and then white is going b5.
It's a very exciting position between the two American players of the field. I would love to see that exchange sacrifice, Judith.
Well, I don't know. For sure, white is considering that option, to be honest. And then we have another, actually things are happening between Aronian and Maxim. And so here actually white Levon is really playing so energetically this position. Actually bishop d7 was played when we stopped, and we're discussing that after queen d2, knight d4 already is a good option for black. And actually white did not castle either side, but he played rook c1. And black played rook g8. Actually, here I believe I like black's position quite a lot. I think black is really stable here with his pawn structure. On the g file, he can put extra pressure. The d4 knight stands extremely well. And Levon now played b4, being very aggressive in this line, I see.
Yeah, already his approach from the opening was to go aggressive from the very beginning. He went for h5, f4, which is a kind of a new way of handling this variation of the English opening. And now b4, it continues along the same line. Very ambitious play by Levon Aronian, and it's inspiring to see how he went for Magnus 2, and he was about to be the world champion 2 rounds ago when he eventually didn't manage to convert, drew in the classical game, and then went on to lose the Armageddon.
Actually, I don't know what is this position. I mean, there are a lot of options for black. For example, if c takes b4, then probably white would be taking with the knight. And b takes c3, white can take only with the rook. But it's kind of interesting situation. And of course, once the lines open on the c5, b5, it will be not easy for black to castle in this position for sure. Though he can try.
What about white castling?
Well, I don't know if white will castle in this game.
Will anyone castle in this game?
Well, that's a good question. That's a good question. You can share your views with us.
Use the hashtag Altivox and hashtag Norway Chess if you want to let us know about castling in this game, and in general, what do you think of the tournament, today's round, the games, and the revolutionary format?
b4 is a very interesting continuation. If knight takes e2, probably knight takes e2. This is how it's played. But actually black can castle. Why not to castle it here? Either here or without taking on e2. So actually this is how the players are spending quite a lot of time. Actually, Aronian spent already an hour on this game, and Maxime has 8 minutes more, but he's hesitating how to continue. Because c takes b4 is an option, knight e2 is something to consider, but also long castle immediately is something to consider. If, let's say, bishop d4, it's either bishop takes d4 or c d4, but this is the problem for black, that knight b5 would be happening, and black cannot take, because then the king is in trouble and the queen is in trouble. So after knight b5, queen b6, possibly a4, and now c5 is threatening, extremely powerful in this position. So long castle here would be kind of not so good.
Inviting this attack on the queen side.
But maybe knight takes e2, knight takes e2, long castle is a pretty good option, because the white king will be staying on even for some time. And I don't think that necessarily c5 is such a killer, though it might be unpleasant, because it breaks, it deflects the pawn from the c5, protecting the c5. So it's knight f5, e takes d6, and then the c5 is vulnerable.
Yeah, very exciting position between Levon Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Last year they were teammates in the kitchen. This year they were paired differently, and Maxime was on the winning team this year. Yesterday was a rest day, and the winner of the cooking competition was one more time Vichy Anand, this time together with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Does it show that Vichy is the best chef among chess players? We do have a tweet from Vichy that we will show you later. He was very proud of the dish he cooked.
Well, when he was in the studio with us, he was not so optimistic about his cooking skills.
But now that he defended his title, 2 times in a row the best chef. Last year together with Liren after his injury, and this year together with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He seems to be the key player in the kitchen.
Yeah. Actually, we have a move, just if we go back for a second, the game Caruana against Vachier-Lagrave. So knight f3, I believe it's not something necessarily he was 100% happy, but it was more like it was not a desperation, but he prefers to give up the exchange than to give the opportunity to take on f2 with the queen. So, but I believe that after knight f3 it should be more or less balanced position. After black will be grabbing on f1 and queen takes f1, or possibly with the king, I'm not sure. But this c6 knight gives a pretty good compensation, and white has a pawn for the pawn knight against the rook.
It's going to be a day of material imbalances. It was a piece sacrificed by Liren. Now it's going to be a rook and a couple of pawns versus 2 minor pieces. And in this game, a minor piece and a pawn fighting against a rook.
Let's go to Magnus's game. What do you think?
Definitely. And we have a confession from Magnus Carlsen, so we can just go through the last couple of moves and then see what the world champion said a few minutes ago. In the confessional booth, we have a translation thanks to Norwegian reporter Tarjei Svensson.
Let's see what has happened. After h5, bishop b7, white made a committal move by playing h6. All the way from h2, played h6 in the last 3 moves. This was h4, h5, h6. Black's practically only move is bishop h8, and in any case, white is going e5. So it seems like the bishop on h8 can have trouble in this game. And now, interestingly enough, black started to give back a pawn, but not completely. Let's see. He went back queen c7. Defending the c5 and protecting it. Anyway, by this time, the queen on a5 was not very much of useful for black. So that's why he went back. And it was inviting for white to take bishop takes b5. But black did not give up the pawn just for nothing, but his plan was to play, it seems, bishop g2.
Nice.
As after king g2, queen b7, getting back the bishop.
So it was a temporary piece sacrifice on g2.
Queen f3, queen takes b5. For the moment, we can say that still black has a pawn up, but white played rook b1. Black went queen a6 to keep control over the c6 square, I believe. But still, black can have serious problems later with his bishop, while white is going to be, I'm sure, pretty active with his pieces, knight e4 later. And it will be very difficult for black to come out from this passive situation, what he has on the king side.
Dangerous situation for Vachier-Mamedyarov, and as we mentioned, Magnus Carlsen one more time has visited the confessional booth. He said, this actually looks a bit like my previous game, and I think if we just go back to the moment before queen or right after queen c7, that's roughly the moment when the world champion went to share his thoughts with the viewers in Norwegian, and thanks to Tarjei we have the translation that is, this actually looks a bit like my previous game, pushing the h pawn, hoping for the best and not caring much about the queen side. I didn't get much out of his last move, I have to admit. And then he said, if he takes on g2, king takes g2, queen b7 and queen f3, it's a good exchange for me. He needs to get something quickly because he plays without the bishop on h8. I am really excited to find out what he has planned. I will soon find it out, but for now, I trust my own intuition. He does like the position, and he thinks, as you said, the problem piece is the h8 bishop.
Well, definitely, it's a clear description what he feels about this position, and actually, this is how he plays lately in the tournaments. You can feel that whatever happens, things are going in the direction of the game, as he feels good about it, no matter what. I mean, again, he has a pawn being sacrificed, and still it's a pawn down for white. But as we were discussing before, really the big question will be for black. How is he going to be handling his h8 bishop? Because white has many ideas to improve his position. As we talked, knight e4, but also controlling the 7th rank by playing rook b7. And sometimes even bishop g5, putting pressure on the e7 square. But also there are other alternatives for white to move away with his queen to e4 or g4 and try to play f4 and f5. So there are a lot of opportunities, and for the moment it seems like white has definitely full compensation for the pawn, at least, the least to say.
And the time situation is roughly balanced. This is going to be one of the most exciting games of the round for sure, but we cannot complain about the rest of the boards either. Any new moves in the games that we already mentioned?
Yes, we have Levon against Maxim, where we have a few moves. After b4, c takes b4 was the decision by Maxim. And after bishop d4, we are waiting whether he wants to take on d4 or b takes c3 will be. I believe that he wants to take b takes c3, as for now knight c3 is not possible. And so bishop c3 must be the move. And then I'm not sure that black wants to exchange the bishop immediately. But he can. Let's say bishop c3, knight c3 is a must, so that white is defending his bishop on g2. And still black can't really go castling, because this knight b5 idea is always there. Though I'm seeing a tactics that maybe rook g2 is a good trick at this point.
Nice.
Because after queen g2, bishop b5,
C5
and then
pin.
the pin. This is a very unpleasant news for white. And after rook g2, if knight c7, then rook takes d2, king takes d2, king c7, and clearly black has an advantage in material.
Once again, the minor piece is fighting versus a rook. In every single game we are analyzing this, an exchange sacrifice or two minor pieces versus a rook.
Exactly. So, but in this case, if knight b5 is not possible now, it means that black has an option to castle long, and I'm not sure it's the best, but at least it's an option, and then he can go to b8. So it is something to seriously consider. Well, the e1 king is kind of tricky. It's I'm not sure there isn't any other square where it would be a safer place, but still, for now it's not in danger. but probably something like bishop f3 is to be. It's not nice somehow that it's better to out from the possible attacks, but now also there are some ideas for black, I believe. King b can go bishop c6 or bishop c8 to defend the situation. So I wouldn't worry much for black, but I think this is definitely something interesting to castle. But we have differently in the game continuation, because after bishop d4, actually bishop d4 was played, knight takes d4, b takes e3, rook has to take, and e5. And I have the feeling that Maxime really wants to take over in this game, you know? Because e5 looks very powerful, to be honest.
Maxime is not having a very good tournament. After winning the Blitz tournament, we were surprised that he wasn't doing very well in his Armageddon games. So far, he basically drew the classical game against Yangyi, then lost the Armageddon. He then went on to lose in the classical game against Fabiano Caruana, and then he drew against Vichy in the classical game, but lost because of the Armageddon. It was a draw for black, and that's a full point. That is, he hasn't scored in any of the Armageddons yet.
Well, in this position, I think he has a good game, very good game for black. Now white has to deal with the situation that he has to come back either to f3, or also knight b5 is possible, but I'm not sure it gives too much for white. Maybe black is just playing queen c5 or queen b6. But I think white has to be more careful at this point of the game. And we see also that Levon has a little bit less time than his opponent. So if, let's say, knight f3 is happening, then I would believe that black is just going to be playing knight c6 or bishop g4 first. And for example, that would be a great exchange for black if he could exchange the bishop for the knight and then to bring knight c6, knight d4 in the center.
Yeah, in for the d4 outpost. That would be a good knight versus a bad bishop middle game position. We shall see if Maxime will get the upper hand against Levon Aronian, who has been playing extremely well in the classical games we were witnessing. He was about to win against Magnus Carlsen. He missed plenty of opportunities in his game in round 2 against the world champion. And in round 3, he bounced back with a win over the then leader, Vachier-Mamedyarov. Yeah. So he's doing very well so far, but Maxime is ambitious and he's going for Levon, even if it's with the black pieces, and Maxime hasn't had good results so far.
We have an interesting move between Fabiano and Vachier-So.
Sorry, Judith, I've just realized that before we switch, we also have a confession from the Frenchman. Let's listen to what he said a few minutes ago about his game.
So our position got relatively calm. It could have been much more double-edged, I think, on many occasions. For instance, I was not completely sure. Instead of queen d2 equals knight b5, queen b8, d4, a6, d takes c5, a takes b5, and no. Either cd or cb5, and I thought in both cases I should be fine, but it's objectively a mess. Now with my knight on d4, I don't think it's so easy to take it. I think I'm objectively just fine. I should maybe be a bit careful overall about my g5. Right, because if we both castle queenside, he might get take advantage of some space advantage on the g file, although I don't really see how. And meanwhile, of course, I'll try to make use of the fact that I got the square on d4 for free. So I think I should just be fine, but yeah, future will tell us what's really going on. And to the person in the audience who got his or her phone on, congratulations, you received many snaps, but please turn your phone off now.
So far he's pleased with his position, but the future will tell
Yeah.
who is doing well here. It's a really complex position that both players are struggling to evaluate, it seems.
Yeah, this was the position I think he was, Maxime was referring to, that we were also discussing. If at this point knight b5, queen b8, d4, a6, d takes c5, a takes b5, and then probably c takes b5 or c d6. This we were discussing also, and he also considered that this was an option. But I had the feeling that he's completely fine with the position. We have to point out that this was made like half an hour ago.
Yes.
So if he would go in, be so kind to the confessional booth, we would know what
Come
he
back
thinks
again.
now.
Indeed.
But I have the feeling that he's extremely comfortable after e5, because somehow it seems like black has the squares controlled more.
And as far as I am informed by our media team, there is now a prize also for the best confession. I wonder how that will be judged, but it encourages the players to go more often to the confessional booth, since there's an extra prize for making the best appearance there. I think Magnus Carlsen's round 3 confession about Peter Heine being a clown should be definitely a candidate for that prize.
Well, actually, it was Level Aronian who was telling that well,
If there was a prize, you think now that Levon has achieved that there is a prize for the best confessional booth appearance, he will visit the confessional.
well, we definitely have to ask him this live. I think in the studio, if we are going to have him in the near future. But I think it's great that the organizers are really paying attention what the players are thinking of and they are happy with. So hopefully we're going to see more confessional booth comments from the players. But
really
anyway,
hope so.
it is very special that they do during the game, and actually I think it's very inspiring that we see the world champion also going in there and sharing his views.
Magnus has visited the confessional every single day, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave does the same, so let's hope that the rest of the participants will also do so, even though Levon told us in the studio a few days ago that he's not very comfortable talking during a game, so it's up to the players, of course, it's optional.
On the other hand, he also said that he's
There was a
competitive,
prize.
so you can somehow tease them a little bit, right? So we'll see how much effect it's going to be on the players. So maybe it will be a traffic jam in the confessional booth.
Pull a number, please, for the confessional booth. Also, you can, of course, tell us about your opinion on the confessions we have heard so far. Magnus Carlsen's video we can't play because it's in Norwegian, but thanks to Norwegian reporter Tarjei Svendsen, we always have the translation on Twitter. So the hashtags to use to contact us, to share your opinions, is hashtag Altibox, hashtag Norway Chess, any of those 2 hashtags. We keep an eye on those threads.
In the meantime, we have a move knight b3 was played by Levon. I believe that the idea is that it has to be that he wants to go playing c5 and somehow open up the line on the c file, as the rook is completely prepared on c3 for such an activity. But we have some moves on the other boards, so I'd like to go there. For example, it's interesting that between Caruana and Vachier-Lagrave, when Fabi played knight f3, black played bishop b5 before taking on f1. And actually this is something I missed, I didn't consider. But I think we may say that this is an excellent move. And the idea is that if white would be going knight e5, this would be not possible because of the tactical issues. Bishop f1, king f1 is not possible because the f2 would be hanging. And after queen f1, black can go bishop d4. So this was the huge idea behind playing bishop f5, to force the white knight to go to e5. And if now white takes, then queen e5, and black has a huge advantage with an exchange up.
Yeah, the problem of white is that those two knights are tangled up. The c6 and e5 knights are depending on one another.
And actually, after bishop b5, white was forced to move away his knight from c6, though I would wonder whether queen c2 was possible. But white played knight ce5, which after already black took on f1, and now queen f1 was played. It seems like white is better off having his queen on f1, protecting the f2 pawn just in case. And for this point of the game, bishop d4 is not yet possible, I believe, because of knight d7.
Yes, that's a fork, and the bishop will still be hanging on d4.
Which still is not so obvious to me, that if, let's say, queen f4, knight takes f8, rook takes f8, it's pawn equality for the moment. And, well, knight takes d4 is possible, but it's pretty much equal, I believe. But it's possible to play knight d4, queen d4, rook would be taking on c7, queen b2, rook a7, but still black has this passed pawn. But black played after queen f1, rook d8. And black is threatening with bishop d4, I believe, in the next move. So white should be thinking how to continue this game. I'm not sure Fabiano can be really happy about this. I mean, really, that black pushed away the knight from c6 to e5, it is not it's not a good news for white. And also this way black completely defended the d5 pawn, which is cannot be vulnerable. So black is trying to improve his position by playing rook d6. Later on, probably move away with the queen to f4 possibly. But it's important for black to keep it tight, the two knights, e5 and f3. And unfortunately for white, only one knight can be on e5 in the center. And if white would be going back to c6, then rook d6 immediately, and still knight e5 is not possible.
Same
because
problem
of bishop,
with bishop
d4.
d4.
So this is the problem, that this would be the aim of white, to have two strong knights on c6 and e5, but for the moment it's not possible to execute it. So this can cause quite some trouble for white at this point. And bishop b5 was an excellent move by black, I think. And I'm not sure at all that Fabiano saw it in time. Queen d3. I'm expecting rook d6 in this position, to be honest. So also that black can actually even try to play c6 later, and possibly even have an option to bring his bishop to c7. But for the moment, it's not the important part. So I think it would be important for black to defend the sixth rank, especially, most importantly, the c6 square.
Interesting games we have today in terms of material imbalances, and that's the story also in the Anand-Ding Liren game, where Ding Liren sacrificed a piece out of the opening. We think that this is a variation that both players had analyzed, but it does look like the Chinese grandmaster may have had it better analyzed. Still a mess, but Ding Liren has a rook and 3 pawns fighting against 2 minor pieces of Vichy. So far, Vichy is doing a good job controlling the pawns, the b5 square, the c3 square, and the d4 squares, and black's rooks don't have open files at the moment.
But interesting plan was discovered and played by Ding Liren. We've stopped at this point after queen c5, rook b1, where everything, all the action was stopped by white on the b file. But this was an interesting idea by Black to play bishop f5 to activate Black's bishop. And the main idea is that after rook b5, it was under attack. And it's interesting that I'm pretty sure that I want to take on b7, that taking the pawn on b7 would give more risk to white than not to take it. I guess Black would be going, for example, rook b8, trying to exchange the rooks, which would not help white. While contrary, it would help pretty much Black to open up the b file. But also maybe possible that he would be simply playing, starting with bishop e4. So rook b5 was played by white. Bishop played rook b5, queen c7. For now, knight d4 is not possible because it would cut the protection over the e5 pawn. So Black would take on e5 with a check. White played knight e3, attacking at the same time both the knight, the bishop and pawn. We can talk about the fact that it's interesting that white did not capture the pawn on d5. I think it would be bishop e4 from Black's side. White would go somewhere rook d2. And then I believe that Black would be taking on f3. Queen f3 is not possible because still the e5 pawn is hanging. And after g takes f3, Black, I think rook d8 looks like a powerful move. And it's very important for Black to exchange one rook. And for example, okay, rook d8 is kind of probably not the best, but I just would like to show that rook d3 is a plan. And if, let's say, white would like to stop, then already b5 would be somewhat very bad. So white would be actually lost. So this is very, very sensitive position for white. So white decided to play knight e3, bishop e4. Still the same story. If knight d5, Black would be taking. Okay, right now the knight on f3 it's a much more better knight than it was on f1 because it defends the e5, but still Black goes rook d8 and it would give advantage for Black for sure.
So even though Black loses the d pawn, that means it opens up the d file and Black's rooks need an open file.
And after, so for now in material, Black is in advantage, but the only problem for Black that he doesn't have open files for his rooks, and it's not a connected passed pawn from b7. I mean, it's a connected passed pawn here, but he cannot push the d4 yet. So this is, but of course it is very scary with white, I must say.
It is. By the way, we mentioned a couple of times that yesterday was a free day and Vachier-Anand is the winner one more time of the cooking competition. I wanted to bring up his tweet because he's so proud of it. I think it's a moment to take away from the chess moves. We'll be back in a minute, but I did want to show this tweet. He's saying, the former world champion, the best chef 2 years in a row, Grandmaster Chef. What can I say to my wife? Yes, love, that is a perfectly cooked salmon according to the judges. One salmon a la Shanghai coming right up. It's a big climb from opening cereal boxes. That was Vachier-Anand's tweet from yesterday. He won one more time. He is the defending champion of the Chess Chefs competition organized by HTH, and they were accompanied by top chefs of the world. Every teams of 2 players, had a top chef helping them prepare a very nice salmon dish. Now, one other detail I figured out just now about the cooking competition is that Liren last year competed after having fallen off of his bike, and we didn't know it was such a serious injury. This year, he cut his finger in the kitchen, so somehow there's bad luck about that rest day for Liren, and he has to stay away from anything that's potentially dangerous, including knives.
Well, knives can be dangerous, yeah, indeed.
I
But
guess
hopefully
he
it's
still
not
prefers
something
cutting
serious.
his finger and not falling off of a bike. That was really painful, and that's when the Chinese player had to withdraw from last year's event, unfortunately for him, and undergo surgery right after the bike injury. Back to the games. It was a side note.
Vichy will have to cook something else today, and the ingredients is not very promising at the moment.
Last year they were teammates in the kitchen, by the way, Vichy and Liren. That was a winning team.
Well, Vichy is definitely trying to get hold on these pawns, and for now, knight d2. The threat is definitely knight takes e4, and then grab the c4 pawn, which would be a very important pawn to eliminate from Black's camp. And actually, time is passing. Liren has 46 minutes, while Anand has 52. The question is whether how can Black force things. For example, I would consider maybe to play rook d8. In one hand, defending the d5 pawn. Other hand, the main idea is that whenever it's going to be open the d file, the black rook would be already standing there for action. But I think knight takes e4, d takes e4. And the question is whether can white play queen c4, and it can be somewhat kind of pretty okay, but I think rook d4 can be unpleasant for white. And after rook c5, I think e3, and black would try to go e2, while white cannot take on e3 because of the bishop is under attack. Well, king can go to
try to
g1.
catch the pass pawn.
Yeah, now with rook f4, then white is already ready to go bishop d1.
To stop e2 and also bring the bishop over to f3 potentially.
Well, interesting. After knight d2, what else can black do? Because for now he cannot move his bishop because the d5 pawn is under attack.
Yep.
So, for example, d4 I believe is not a good move. Actually, there are different possibilities for white. Not queen c4 also. My plan was after queen d4 to go bishop c6. But here I believe that white would be going queen c4 and there is a pin.
Yeah, pinning the bishop just in
Though
time.
I'm not sure because queen can move away to d7, attack the d2 and the b5 at the same time.
And also the bishop on a4. Everything is going to be hanging suddenly after queen d7.
I mean, there are a lot of tactics here. Like if rook c5, black is going rook d8. And white has to look after his knight on d2, so he has to be moving queen c3 or queen b2. Possibly queen, I don't know, it's kind of really messy. But it seems that it's okay for black, I believe. So after knight d2, black will have to think seriously how to manage his pieces.
Let's go back to Magnus Carlsen's position. I see that most of the social media discussion is about the World Champions game and how this h4, h5, h6 pawn pushes may have been inspired by AlphaZero. That's one of the tweets from Ulrik Swanson. Thank you so much for your tweet. Someone has studied AlphaZero closely. Do you think that this is an AlphaZero inspired play by Magnus Carlsen? The flank pawn moves, especially the h-pawn.
This is a good question, but I remember Bent Larsen was doing this kind of moves.
Before AlphaZero. Bent Larsen inspired AlphaZero, but wait a second, AlphaZero doesn't have a database.
I mean, h4 is done by many top players, but I'm pretty sure that the whole chess world is inspired by AlphaZero.
Yeah, definitely.
With the style and the ideas it is having. And the last move was knight e4. We were not here yet.
Yeah, I saw another tweet. I think we don't have to show it on the screen, but I just wanted to mention that the position before knight e4, the Tarjei Svensen, Norwegian reporter, tweeted that according to SESI, the Norwegian supercomputer, that position was about a +3 advantage for Carlsen if he had gone rook b7, but he played knight e4 instead. Oh, we do have the tweet because our producer is very quick. Thank you so much, Jose. Shout out to Jose. That was the position where rook b7 would have been a very strong move. We are not using engines, but if you guys tweet it, I see it. So +3 after rook b7, almost +3.
Well, we were talked about this, that rook is on b7 can be extremely powerful in these positions. But I have the feeling that Magnus is simply enjoying himself and he knows that he can do it later. What's the problem? I mean, knight on e4, it cannot be a serious mistake.
It looks like a nice move.
I mean, you are just simply improving your position. So actually he's having this dilemma how to continue what is the best of the best. And sometimes you just go after your intuition. And I think this is what happened here also. As the other day, we were asking him about one concrete move when he played h4, if he goes something else. And the reaction was very simple. He was not really wanted to calculate, paying attention, whatever. I mean, he just had the feeling that their h4 was the killing move. And I think probably he was completely right in that he's taking consideration the practical way, right? He had the feeling that he has already a very good position, and he knows it, that it's a good move, it's an unpleasant move, he has a good feeling about it, it's not a concrete thing, the opponent will be thinking what to do. And here again, after knight e4, it is nothing concrete really, it's just again black has to be deciding whether rook b8, if rook b8, with which rook to b8, can he go queen e6? Queen e6 he cannot really go because knight g5 is there already in there. So I think Magnus thought that simply the knight should be nearer to the black king. It cannot hurt, it can only help. And I have the feeling that Magnus has this idea that he just has to smash everybody on the king's side.
So anyway. He doesn't care about the queen's side.
I mean, that's what he said. That if I would gone in this other direction, then I would never give mate.
Yeah.
So it seems like that's how he's thinking at the point that things are really turning gold in his hand, and but definitely into points. And so I think he just thinks that knight will be somewhere on g5. Eventually, one day I will go on rook b7 as well. And life is beautiful. Yeah,
and knight e4 should be still a really good move, as Judith said, it's a multi-purpose move. And he's still able to play rook b7 because of the discover check. So if rook b7, queen takes b7, if black doesn't protect the b7 square, it's still a possibility because white would win the queen with knight f6 check.
We have moves. Black took on d4. So white obviously took with the pawn. This is the most important to block the bishop on h8. And black played f6.
Oh. Well, it's logical that Vachier-Mamedyarov is trying to make this h8 bishop have some life because it was a problem piece. That bishop is a very passive piece. He's trying to open up the diagonal for that bishop, but this also weakens the a2 g8 diagonal and the king. The king. Oof.
This looks very scary for black, for example. Oh.
Yeah, I imagine a queen appearing on d5 and that could be game over.
Exactly. So you can visualize the queen on d5 and the game is over. But for a moment, for example, knight g5 is not killing probably on the spot, though it looks awful for black. Queen d5 and black cannot go rook f7 because queen h8, black would be going e6. Queen takes d7, but if you see the bishop on h8, it can barely have even dreams of getting out.
Yeah.
Not realistically, it will never get out. And but actually here probably it seems that black can get away actually with rook f7, and the white queen does not have a good square. He has to go queen d6, and then it seems that black bishop will get some air and come out of the
square.
Yeah, so this would be too optimistic from white side. So this is a drawback of knight on e4, that for the moment the queen is blocked on the diagonal. So
isn't there a way to make this somehow work? Because I think your intuition, somehow sacrifice the knight so that you can get the queen to d5 should be the way.
I mean, black cannot take it right now because really white gives a check, and already black has to go rook f7 and grabs this one. it's not that e6 is not a killer.
Shall we take the rook on a8? Don't play e6 because both look winning.
No, but knight d6 is a very serious question. What black should be doing?
Oh, Magnus is about to touch the knight. On what square will Magnus Carlsen sacrifice that piece? That is now the question. The world champion going for the kill, I feel like.
Well, maybe e6 is the only move. The only chance for black is that he's going to be taking this, but then I believe that queen g4 is possible, or...
Shall we take bets? Knight d6, knight g5, any
No,
other
knight
square?
g5 will
Or
be
you think
not
knight
be.
g5
No,
is
knight
not?
g5 is not good. Knight d6 is a question, but e6 is a nice reply to that.
How forcing was that line we
I
looked
don't know,
at
I'm
with knight
thinking about
g5?
like knight
Another knight
f5.
sacrifice.
But I think I'm going too far with this.
Okay, Magnus is
g6.
about to take a deep breath and sacrifice his knight. That's what I'm predicting. He's gonna place that knight in a square where it's hanging.
Well,
That's what he will do, right?
He doesn't have too much of
If
an
he
option.
plays something
Knight
else,
f6, for example,
be
is not
shocked.
good enough because black is not taking with the pawn, but he would be taking with the knight, for example, and then take it with the bishop. So this is not an option. But I think knight d6, I believe that black has to go e6. Or queen a2 is also a possibility to somehow try to defend on the diagonal here.
It's a tense moment. I'm just looking at the camera. I want to see when that knight is landing on g5. Is that a good piece
Is it?
sacrifice, Judith? Knight g5 has just been played by the world champion, sacrificing his knight. So the line
But
we
why
checked,
knight
let's go
g5?
through it one more time.
F takes g5,
Queen d5 check, e6, queen takes
e6.
d7, winning the piece back. So no worries, the piece is back, but the queen is hanging.
But why not g5?
Let's see. Does he have another move here? The queen is trapped, if not queen d6.
There's
Is
no
there-
other move. Queen d6, queen takes d6, takes. Why is it so good? I don't understand.
And he
I
doesn't
just
have a
don't
way
understand.
to... Oh no, he can't play rook a1. So I was thinking...
But
you
also
can't...
bishop f6 and then rook d7.
There has to be something if Magnus went for it so confidently. He only spent a few minutes on this decision, so we may be missing something here. Or earlier.
Well, maybe at this point, after rook f7, he wants to go rook a1.
That's
No,
what
rook
I was
a-
thinking,
no,
but queen
rook
takes
a1, queen
f1.
f1.
So that's a rook up.
There is something wrong with me? I don't understand
I wish I could
this.
have a good eyesight. Queen 2. Our audience is helping us, but I need glasses, I think. Queen to
Queen
b5.
Yeah, in that position.
Thank
I'm
you
just
very much,
blundering.
Jan.
I'm just blundering a move that actually, yeah, queen b5 is possible after.
Okay.
Yeah, queen, that's not
The
only
bishop
move.
is not
Okay.
coming out of h8, and that means that knight g5 is a great move because the bishop is dead in the corner.
True, queen b5 is very unpleasant. Yeah. I thought rook f7 is saving, but then knight g5 is the move.
Well, then that means...
But it's not surprising. I
Yeah.
mean, it's not surprising. Black's having his bishop on h8, playing f6. And actually, maybe Magnus had this in mind, that after knight e4, the situation is so difficult. And Mamedyarov is a player who can't stand this not doing
Yeah.
anything, right? So f6 was kind of inviting as well. But okay, let's see one more time. F takes g5, which I believe there is no other move actually. Queen d5, e6. It's only exchange of knights, but in practice, it can be simply a piece win, because really the bishop will not be able, because not queen d6, but queen b5 is the move that white should be doing, and let's say black is taking. Now, black still has a pawn up, which is not big help for him.
Yeah,
And
that
of
extra
course-
pawn that Mamedyarov gained in the opening, capturing the a2 pawn in the Grunfeld, it still doesn't feel like a pawn up with that bishop on h8. So yes, it's an extra pawn in terms of material, but the bishop is so passive. It has no squares. That's like a piece down. It's a virtual piece down for black.
Well, it seems like it's very difficult to stop Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen about to win yet another classical game. He's in a roll. He's enjoying the tournament. He clearly is enjoying his time here. After surviving his game against Levon Aronian,
That was a turning point.
That was a turning point. And you said about that game that this game will potentially decide the tournament winner, because if Levon Aronian had won that game, he would have become the leader. It would have changed the whole story. But Magnus surviving that game, getting 1.5 points out of a lost position because
It's
of
like a beast getting out of a cage.
Yeah, the beast is out, and he's about to be one more time the leader and potentially the winner
Nobody can
of this
stop him.
tournament. He has won every single tournament he played in 2019. Magnus Carlsen is unstoppable. If Levon couldn't stop him, who will?
Well, it's a very sad position for now for Mamedyarov. I wonder if e6 is possible, but I think it's just simply not possible. Really, black has to do something about queen d5. And if rook a1, then let's say queen b6, with the idea if rook fb1 to go f takes g5, for example. I think this would work for black, but instead of rook f1, what can white do? If d5, also f takes g, queen takes f8, rook takes f8. No, but this is quite okay for black, I believe. Knight takes, and if pawn takes, then bishop e5. So let's see what after e6. It looks extremely shaky for black, that's clear. But it's interesting to see what really white has here. So rook a1, queen b6. Black has to get hold on this pawn on e6. Cannot do anything else. Maybe after e6, queen b7 is an opportunity for white. And after queen takes, and for black it's a problem, because if f takes g5, rook d7, again the bishop is there in the corner. There's not much to be done. Though here, I think black's some of small chance he would have if he could get rid of one pair of rooks. But I think white will go rook d6. Then I'm thinking also after queen b7, rook b7, if let's say black, can he play knight e5? Because after d fg, at least black is attacking the pawn on e5, so there are better chances.
Some hope for the bishop.
But after knight e5, I think knight e6. And then probably black would be going rook f7. So it's getting tactical, very tactical here. But probably, well, white may just continue with rook b1. Takes, black is going something like knight c4, still trying to move something f5 and eventually come out with the bishop. But black is very much on the edge. He has to make the only move. So what we are looking is e6.
If there isn't even a defense, because it does look like the position for Magnus had been an advantage at the moment when we looked at this rook b7, that was an almost +3 according to the Norwegian supercomputer, and even knight e4. That probably was the second best move of the computer anyway. So Magnus has the advantage, he's got the initiative, and he's going for it with knight g5. This is a very inspiring game by the world champion. And now he also has a bit of a time advantage, so this is not going to be a time pressure game. He's clearly having a good time and playing excellent chess. That's the world champions tournament after surviving the game against Levon Aronian.
Yeah.
Key moment.
Definitely. Okay, so this is still interesting.
Let's have a look at some of the other
Yeah.
games, because every position today has been extremely exciting and with material imbalance in most of the games. Either a pawn sacrifice like in Magnus Carlsen's game, or minor pieces fighting against rooks. In the Vachier-Anand-Ding Liren game, the position has changed since we had last seen it, so we could go through the last couple of moves.
Yeah, it was, we left it after knight d2, and black decided to go rook a e8, attacking the e5 pawn. White took knight takes e4, and a very interesting move, intermediate move, queen e5 happened. Queen takes e5, rook takes e5, white played bishop c2 because there is a pin on the 5th rank, and black plays f5. Now if the knight moves from e4, then the e3 knight is under attack and could be taken, and white took knight c4. It is kind of extremely funny what is really going on here, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if something bothered Ding Liren and things in the last few moves were not something that he's happy with. So black played rook e7, and I have the feeling that actually black had a much better situation before. I'm not sure this bishop e4 from e6 was actually turned out to be a good plan, but I think black lost the thread in the last few moves, because now white had actually a couple of options, and he's going to be definitely better. For example, knight goes to d6 or d2, and after taking on c4, I think maybe simply knight c4, and now all these pawns are desperately weak.
What a change in terms of how the position was with all those pawns that were about to be pushed. The pawn on c4, d5 earlier on when Ding Liren still had those 3 pawns, and now that they are about to fall, the a5 and
actually
f5 pawns.
Still there are tactics. For example, rook to c7 probably would be played with black, and after bishop b3 a4, and actually takes bishop b3. Rook c8, and after rook b4, black can go b5. And
what if I take the a pawn first and counting on this bishop b3 pin? Can I do it that way, or it's going to be the same?
I think it's the same story, that if it takes, then still it's the same problem.
I can't trick you with a move order. Yeah.
No, this cannot be done. But so after knight c4, rook c7, white, if he's playing for a win, he has to go knight e3. That's a good choice. So after f4, white has an intermediate move of check, and black goes out somewhere, then knight d5, also trying to grab the pawn on a5 afterwards. But I have the feeling that white is actually having a great opportunity here. Then the other option is for white to simply take on d5, so there's a big choice of opportunities for white, and after f takes e to play, for example, knight e3.
And that's what Vichy has chosen. Rook takes d5 is on the board, and we shall see if this is the position that we're going to witness. F takes e4. I think this is all being played right now. Knight to e3.
Yeah, but now black will be going b6. Probably white wants to go either rook b5. Rook b5 is a nice option, because black cannot go rook e6 because of the pin, while also rook f6 is not possible because of the knight d5 fork. And if here black has to go rook b8, then we know that this is not what black would like to have.
It isn't.
For sure. White will be going later a4, and this pawn may simply fall off later on. So this is something that Vichy is very comfortable with, which I don't think we can say around move 25. I'm not sure we could say that he felt so comfortable.
I was just going to highlight that you did say that even when we entered this position where Ding Liren had a rook and couple of pawns, so it was like an extra 2 pawns in terms of material, you said that 3 possible results, because it's still not it wasn't a clear position, and Ding Liren may have lost the thread. He may not have made the most precise moves, because now it does look like Vichy is way more comfortable than before.
Well, now actually we have this on the board. Rook b5, rook b8 happened, but it's definitely not something black is too happy with, I believe. Still he has 2 pawns and a rook for the 2 piece, but I think I would take white.
Yeah, now I would definitely take white. Earlier I wanted to take black, but now I prefer Vichy's position too.
But we shouldn't forget about the time control, that if they're going to spend a lot of time, after move from move 41, they will receive only 10 seconds, and what they have on the clock.
Let's check the other material imbalance game that was an exchange up for Wesley. So, and still is an exchange up.
Yeah, here I think white is kind of struggling and having a difficult time, but it's also not easy at all from black side. Black played rook a d8, this is where we stopped. White played queen d3, and black played queen f4, attacking the rook on c1. After rook c2, rook d e8. I would still rather go to d6 with the rooks for some reason. But of course, black is trying to get rid of this e5 knight, so having this bishop d4 threat all the time. g3 was played, queen e4. Well, this is not possible to be taken with white, that's very clear. The question is how white wants to continue. For example, rook d2 is an option to put defense over the queen exchange possibility. Queen takes, rook takes. It's not so simple for black to progress, but it's only one pawn for the exchange on the other hand. So probably after rook d2, actually, black will not be taking it yet on d3. I mean, black can try to do probably something else. I wonder what, maybe a5, not to allow b4, for example. It looks quite a good move to play, I think. I mean, it's a problem for white. White is definitely struggling and fighting. There was something was completely misplayed by Fabiano when he gave up the bishop pair, and there something concrete matters happened, which was blundered by him.
I'm still puzzled because it was Caruana who chose this bishop b5 line. They ended up going into the Vallejo-Ponomarev game. So even in that case, it was Fabiano who was aware of this variation. He must have had some ideas when he went for bishop b5, and it's not just that you go for this one move and then you start thinking. He clearly must have planned something in the middle game, but he lost the thread right after that.
Yeah, I wonder where he went out of book preparation and anyway this. How did it happen to him? Because
he's usually very well prepared. Actually, at the World Championship match, Magnus ended up saying at a couple of the press conferences that he was out-prepared by Caruana and his team.
yeah, but of course in the World Championship match, the preparation is completely different.
Couple of months of preparation, and here maybe some days in terms of the exact opponent.
But usually
and
when there is a World Championship match, both players are using many of the preparation, unfortunately for them, not in the match itself, but later on in a different events. So these stories possible to hear all the time that few years later something of a World Championship match preparation actually turns on the board. We have a move in Magnus's game, e6 was played, and exactly what we discussed, rook a1, queen b6.
So just a quick reminder that Magnus Carlsen played knight g5, which is a piece sacrifice, but it's only a temporary piece sacrifice, since if the knight would have been taken, queen d5 check, wins the piece back on d7, and that's the position we analyzed as the h8 bishop, deciding the position. Even if it's an extra pawn for Mamedyarov, that would have been a lost endgame after queen b5, that queen trade. Instead he goes e6, preventing queen d5.
And then it was rook a1, queen b6 as the only choice, and the only research for black and the only idea for black that even if d5 happens or rook b1, black is planning to grab this knight on g5, which was put there 2 moves earlier. But let's see, we haven't seen Aronian-Vachier game for few moves, and actually a lot of things has happened since.
Let's just go through the last couple of moves since e5. That was the last
they
move.
started to play pretty fast, but actually Levon Aronian has quite a big disadvantage on time, which is not a good sign from his part, generally speaking. Usually he's a fast player. So anyway, after knight b3, black castled long finally, but c5, of course, it was expected. And black played king b8. I'm not sure this is necessarily the best, but it's logical. C takes d6, queen d6, f takes e5, queen e5, d4. Of course, Levon still has this energy that he's pushing all his pawns. There is only one pawn left on a2, which did not move yet. Queen g5. Interesting that black decided to exchange queens while the white king is on e1.
Why do you think he decided that queen g5 is something that he should be aiming for, getting rid of the queens when, as we said, the white king was not about to castle ever?
I don't know, maybe after queen g7 he thought that queen f4 check would appear, and after king a8 simply bishop f3, and then e5 can be a very strong threat, and also knight c5 is coming. But I'm not sure that this is exactly that definitely had to be careful, be afraid of. For example, bishop c6. White cannot go d5 because the c3 rook is hanging. So I don't know exactly. After d4, for sure, I would be thinking to go queen g7 and don't exchange the queens, but I'm not sure at all that I'm right. Queen g5. Bishop f3, and interestingly enough, he was keeping the option for an exchange. f5 was played, playing in the center, trying to get rid of the stable structure on white side. Queen g5, rook takes g5, e5. Well, this would be very dangerous if white would have enough time to play d5 and keep the two pawns next to each other. So bishop c6 was played, the very clear immediately reaction, what you always do in such a cases to get rid of, eliminate the white square. Bishop, king f2, bishop takes f3, rook f3, and right now black is thinking how to continue. Well, let's evaluate how the standing is. The knight on b3 is not very powerful, while the black knight will come to d5, and it will be very annoying from white side. Of course, it would be much better if black pawn would be standing already on b6, not allowing knight to come to c5. And I'm wondering if black will be possibly playing already immediately rook g8, which looks quite dangerous from white side. Let's say if white would be going knight c5, then I believe knight d5 immediately, or giving a check and then play knight d5, king d3, the a2 pawn is hanging. So actually it's black who is trying to play for a win. And this is what we have on the board. Rook dg8 happened, and white played rook h2 for the moment. So I'm kind of expecting to be b6. It's in this position. So
to restrict the knight on b3?
Yeah, to keep away the knight from b3. But also knight d5 is quite promising at first. But also, for example, after rook h2, you know, I would consider rook g4, because it ties down the b3 knight, not giving the opportunity to move away, because then already a pawn would be hanging. So rook g4 is an option. It's not fun to play this position for white.
It isn't. There's chances for the
Black
Frenchman.
took over, and also in time. He almost has double the time on the clock.
Very true, and that's important because this is, well, we are approaching move 40 in the sense that this is move 29. Still 11 moves to be played. That's when the increment will be added from move 41, but it's only a 10-second increment. That's not much. So if Levon Aronian spends all his time, he's going to be in deep trouble, because he has to be defending a difficult position against the French number one, who struggled at the beginning of this event. Levon Aronian is shared second. He had been playing great chess so far, almost won against the world champion in round 2, but today it seems that it's a difficult situation for him. We're gonna continue with this game and Magnus Carlsen's game after a short break. We'll be back in a few minutes, and make sure to use the hashtag Altibox and hashtag Norway Chess to let us know about today's games, your opinion, and how do you like the tournament so far with this revolutionary format. We'll be back shortly.
5 sekunder. E4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer for E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Konge C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
hvis dere kan bli forelsket i New York, så faller dere også for HTH sin nyhet New York. Med de svarte metallrammene og det industrielle utseendet. Da er det bra at vi har ham her. Han hjelper dere. Og hvis dere ikke vil montere det selv, så har vi også ham her. Og før dere vet ordet av det, har dere et nytt kjøkken. I kult design og med smarte detaljer. Smart, ikke sant? Det er kjøkkenkjærlighet som holder.
Welcome back to the broadcast. This is round 4 of the Altibox Norway Chess Super Tournament, where the tournament leader, Magnus Carlsen, has gone for this beautiful knight g5 piece sacrifice, but apparently it seems that his position is not that advantageous anymore. Let's catch up with the latest moves, Judith.
Yeah, after e6, I believe that he misplayed it. We were discussing queen b7, and in the break I got the confirmation that most likely this was the best move to keep his advantage. But white played rook a1, queen b6, and now as rook b1 or d5 was not good because black could be taking the intermediate move by fg5, white continued to play rook a1, queen b6, ef6. And this is already, it was a bad sign. If you have to give the bishop, for the bishop to get out from h8, this is already huge relief. It's like you go underwater for more time than you want and then you can come up.
Finally.
Yeah, and finally black came out of the huge problems. White played queen e4 because actually it was already even a problem that white couldn't save his knight really because black is just taking, I think, on d4. So it was very unfortunate for white that immediately the bishop came to f6, and after queen e4 he could even grab the knight on g5. So exchanging this wonderful knight for this very horrible bishop which was on h8 just a second ago. And black played, I think, very well playing queen d6 with the idea to play queen d5. And this is what exactly happened. I was wondering if rook h5 was something to consider for white. But I believe that anyway, without the white knight, just because black has a weak pawn on e6, black has a weak king, but actually the knight is extremely good defending the e5 square. And later on, black is able to play rook f7, or rook e8 and rook f5 possibly. So it's a pretty stable position for black. And after queen d6, white went for rook f1, e1, queen d5.
Trading the queens.
White took on d5 and played rook a5, immediately attacking the pawn on d5. But I believe that probably black is going to go rook f5, attacking the bishop while defending the d5 pawn. And I'm expecting probably something like f4, and white still wants to go into the 7th rank by playing rook e7. So, but I don't feel that there should be any real danger for black at this point. I mean, I think it was completely misplayed by the world champion.
Yeah, if we compare this to the positions that we were looking at earlier, when there was still a bishop on h8, the key piece in those positions that gave advantage to Magnus in all of those middle game positions was that black had a very useless piece. Can we just show one of those variations that we were looking at, or simply the middle game where the bishop was still on h8 and black couldn't move it?
This was the position that instead of knight e4, the Sasa computer was suggesting rook b7, which I believe it's not necessarily the only good move, but it was very tempting for Magnus to continue the game with knight e4. How can it be wrong, right, to bring the knight into the center? And
it doesn't seem to be wrong, but we have a result, and that's between Levon Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, a draw, which means that we will have an Armageddon between the Armenian and the Frenchman. In about 15 minutes, we will confirm the exact starting time shortly.
Well, then let's go to that game just to catch up how it ended. Well, it was clear that just a few moves ago after b6, it was black who is playing for a win because he has a great battery on the g file, while white is defending continuously. The knight on b3 is not placed very well, while the black knight will be in the center. But white played knight c1 in order to bring it into towards to e2. Black switched his rook and went to the 2nd rank. But white played a3, so a pawn is safe because f3 rook is defending it if it's necessary. Black played knight d5, but it looks very nice position for black. White played king e1, and I have the feeling that maybe black misplayed it, or at least it's clear that white is fighting for a draw, and he has to look for the concrete opportunities for that. White played rook f2.
This is what we said before the break, that black has pressure and Levon Aronian will have a rough time trying to defend this. Also, he had less time on the clock, so everything was in favor of the Frenchman.
Yeah, but somehow some liquidation happened and some pawns got disappeared, I see, after rook h5. White could not take on here, I believe, for some reason. Well, probably it could be dangerous, but because it was a forced line by playing knight g3, the rooks were exchanged with rook f2, king f2, rook h2, king g1, rook d2, and the players agreed in a draw. Well, it could have been continued, something like knight f5, but I think they just didn't want to move on, as this pawn on h6 will be exchanged to the d4. Though I would still think to move on and try to play the game, I believe, maybe. But after h5, white would go rook h3, possibly knight f4, then rook h4, so maybe this is not even so good for black. So after knight f5, maybe king d7 is the best to start to go forward with the king to e6. Probably the player thought that it's going to be more or less takes on d4. There are not enough pieces simply on the board.
And if it
Rook
was
f7.
heading toward a draw, they probably wanted to keep that energy for the Armageddon, which will start in 14 minutes. So at 8:30 local time, Levon Aronian with the white pieces in a must-win situation against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, where Aronian will start with 10 minutes against the 7 minutes that Vachier will have from the start. Draw odds for Vachier.
The big question will be how to handle the must-win situation from Levon's side.
Yeah.
And of course the big dilemma in this tournament, whether really who does it favor, white or black, the time control.
Levon Aronian, in terms of his Armageddon games, he won the first day against Grishuk, but that was more about strange blitz skills and Grishuk somehow blocking in a moment. He was paralyzed for a few seconds in a rook endgame where he had a better position and he had a few extra seconds. So what we were witnessing is that if he had kept just hitting the clock, if he keeps the same pace, the rhythm, he would have flagged Levon Aronian. But what happened? He started thinking in a moment when he had no time to think, and in the end, Levon won on time in
He
that
had, I think, 1 or 2
game.
seconds on his clock,
Yes.
Levon, when this happened and flagged Grishuk.
The pieces were rolling. It was a crazy game. That was Levon Aronian's first Armageddon game. The second one was not that happy for the Armenian. That was after having spoiled his advantage against Magnus Carlsen, and that's when we had to play for a win with the white pieces against Magnus. In that situation, of course, it was way more difficult to get back from that classical game, the missed chances, and play.
This game was a pretty balanced game, very complicated though. A lot of ideas, very unexpected. It was very interesting that h4, h5, f4, b4,
It was a really
e4,
exciting
I mean
game.
all these
And as for the
things.
Frenchman in Armageddon, his experience in Armageddon has been one of the worst ones so far. In round 1, he drew his classical game against Yangyi, and then he had to play for a win with the white pieces. It was an equal position after the opening. He tried, but he couldn't, so he ended up losing that Armageddon over the Chinese. And then in round 3, he drew his classical game against Vichy, and one more time he had the white pieces. He had to play for a win, but Vichy was very solid and had the full game under control. Now Maxime will have the black pieces. And he wanted to have more whites. Like, he's the only player who chose to have more white games.
Yes, as he was the winner of the Blitz and he had the opportunity to choose it.
Let's see if the black color favors him more in the sudden death Armageddon
Let's
format.
see what's going on in... actually, we haven't talked much about Grishuk-Yu Yangyi game. It's a very slow game which is going on, but still It is in the middle game right now already. Grishuk is under 10 minutes. And
Surprisingly,
well, not really, not really. But Yangyi has 30 minutes still on his clock. And right now, Queen E3 was the last move. Yeah, Queen exchange is offered because I prefer to play this with Black because Black is very active not only with his Queen, but moreover, which is most important from Black's point of view, that he controls the D file. If, let's say, White would be controlling the D file, having his rook on D5, it would be a much better situation. But now Black has to decide what to do, and he played actually rook D4, which is a very promising move to attack the C4 pawn while also attacking with his queen the F4 pawn. It must be not a very pleasant move for White, this move. And well, the question is whether what happens if, let's say, A takes B6, A takes B6. What happens if we go all forward, exchanging the queens, and then let's say White is going G3, with the idea in the next move just to play rook B6 and capture the pawn on B6.
how do you see this rook and bishop versus rook and bishop endgame with the E5 protected pass pawn, but this B6 backward pawn for Black?
In principle, it's pretty drawish at this point because of the B6 weak pawn, but here I see that G5 would be something Black would definitely like to try, and if rook B1, then Black would be just simply taking the pawns, this, rook B6, rook C4, he has a pawn up, so definitely this is something White would like to be avoiding. And rook D4 definitely is not a pleasant move to get here, and in other hand you don't want to go G3, so this is can be a very unpleasant situation. If A takes B takes and Queen E4, Rook E4, in other hand, White has to defend. If G3, G5, optionally it's a possibility to take on G5, and maybe takes on G5, it makes sense. And after Bishop G5 to go Rook B1, as now Black can take only one of the pawns, and then Rook B6, and it's pretty drawish, I must say. While after F takes G5, Black can go Rook E5 with the idea after Rook B1, just in time to defend the pawn on B6, but then White can go H4. And this is absolutely okay for White. So I would definitely go for this option for White to take everything, go G3.
And what move are we right now? This is move...
It is
checking
the
time.
game position. We have move 28, so it's White to move 29.
Move 28. That means that Grishuk still has to play 12 more moves before he starts receiving increment, and he's down to 6.5 minutes.
And the increment is not much.
It's 10 seconds. For move 41, there's a 10-second increment per move, but Alexander Grishuk is 12 moves away from reaching the time control. Bad news for the Russian, who is one more time under serious time pressure. He did have a couple of bad experiences, but it seems that he hasn't recovered from the first day when he lost to Levon Aronian in this famous rook endgame, having more time on the clock and a better position. We keep referring to this game because Grishuk named that defeat as one of the top 3 most painful losses of his life. Not just this tournament, his entire career, and he has been playing his whole life. That is like 3 decades almost.
It's painful.
It is painful, and he hasn't recovered from it yet. Psychology in chess matters a lot, and if he keeps having that thought in the back of his mind, that meant the second day he couldn't perform as well as he would normally do.
I think actually it was only the second day which really
Against
affected
Wesley,
him when he made a very short draw, because he just didn't have the energy. I think already in games 3 against Magnus, it was simply, first of all, Magnus is really a great, fantastic player. He had a bad opening, so it did not really had to do anything with his previous result. It was just very unfortunate for him. We have actually Queen E4 on the board, Rook takes E4.
Yes, so it's going to be the Rook and Bishop endgame versus Rook and Bishop. How likely do you think that this will lead to an Armageddon?
I see an 80% chance.
Okay, let's move on to another board then. Because we have so many exciting games in today's round. Almost every game looked like it could be a decisive result. Magnus Carlsen was one of them. He had a great position against Vachier-Mamedyarov. It doesn't look like that anymore. Can we just have a look at the last few moves in that game?
With the Magnus game, actually we had this position, right? After rook a5, rook f5 was played, f4, and black played knight f6. It's a very logical move. He wants to reach the square e4, which most likely will not be reached. I have the feeling that white will be taking on f6 and playing king g3 and somehow try to get with the rook to the 7th rank. Or maybe even after rook f6 to play rook e7.
So this is still a pawn up for black. Vachier-Mamedyarov took a pawn on a2 in the opening in the Grunfeld defense, and then he kept on defending a position that seemed to be very difficult. Magnus had the upper hand with the pawn down, but he had the initiative, and there was this very passive bishop on h8 that's now missing from the board, and that's why Mamedyarov has good chances in making a draw against the world champion, and that would mean an Armageddon where Magnus has to play for a win with the white pieces.
Well, I'm sure he will be sorry about it to ruin his position. As
It
also
looked like
his
he was winning in the
rating
classical
points
game.
probably he's also trying to get further because he's very close to break his own record.
That is true. Magnus Carlsen, if you're mentioning that, Magnus has the highest ever rating in recent years. His current classical rating is 28.75 and his peak was 28.82. So he's only 7 points away from breaking his own record.
And I'm sure as he loves challenges, he's thinking about this also a little bit. But I think he will be sorry not to have this game really won. But actually, rook e7 happened. So maybe
did not take the knight.
Completely wrong what he's up to. So knight e4 happened. Probably he wants to go rook g7 check. And if king h8, then rook a7. But still, I don't think there is too much for white to be fighting for. Actually, I don't know if, well, rook a7 is possible, takes, and king g8.
Yeah, we can show that black has no time to capture the bishop because there's a back rank mate with rook a8, so that's the trick.
But it's also possible that after rook a7, well, actually probably, well, of course, if white wants to force it, then rook takes a7, takes, and king g8.
And while we are discussing Magnus Carlsen's endgame, we are about to start the Armageddon game, the first Armageddon game of the day, that is between Levon Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. One more time, the format is the following. White starts with 10 minutes, black has 7 minutes, but in case of a draw, black is awarded the full point. That's why it's called sudden death or Armageddon. And there's an increment only from move 61, that is, it's very likely that the players will not make it to get more extra time. It's 10 minutes versus 7, and Aronian with the white pieces has to play for a win.
Yeah, it's a must-win situation. Here I believe it's going to be, this is the position we have on the board right now, and well, I believe that it's either, well, it's going to be check back and forth, rook g7, rook a7, or rook d7, doesn't really matter. Unless he wants to go rook d7, and after king g8, rook d8, king f7, rook h8, but this is also going to lead to a draw, I believe. Check.
Still a pawn up for black, but the h7 pawn will also fall. Any chances?
I'm wondering now if after king h8 in this position, if after king h8, if white can be possibly moving away with his bishop, let's say. So after rook f4, bishop c7, and possibly bishop e5.
Oh, if the bishop lands on e5, then definitely white has a winning chances. The black king gets mated. So how likely is that the bishop will actually get there? How did we reach this position?
If after rook g7, and now actually Mamedyarov is taking, he's thinking, because where to go with his king, I believe if he's going to f8, then bishop e7, king goes out, rook h7, and this could be something dangerous for black.
Because the
at this
h6
point.
pawn is still alive, and that's a pass pawn 2 squares away from promotion. This endgame is really exciting, but we are 1 minute away from the Armageddon game between Levon Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That's where we will switch to very shortly.
We are going to see, I think, a playoff at the game between Fabiano and Vachier-Lagrave as well.
Oh, because it's
Actually,
already a draw. All
it's a
right.
draw.
That means that the two Americans will start their Armageddon game in about 15 minutes. First, we will witness the #1 player of Armenia facing the #1 player of France. The two are very good friends, but there will be no friendship over the board this time.
No, this is double or nothing, and we have the game started, the Armageddon game.
Once again, the English opening, they are repeating. Is this actually, wait, I'll double check their classical game.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're, but it's not going to be, because knight f6 was played, not e6.
Not exactly the same variation, but they stick to the English opening.
Yes, and it's interesting that when it was Vachier-Lagrave against Anand, also they continued more or less the same system.
Yes. It also must mean that they don't have that much time to prepare. There's only about a 15 or 20-minute break between the classical and the Armageddon game. So you stick to the main line that you prepared because there's just no time to look for another one.
But still, already something interesting. d5 happened, bishop g5, already forcing black to play d4, I believe, or doing something
D
with the
takes
d-pawn.
c4 by Maxime. And
It's
Levon
also not
starts
such a
thinking.
typical English opening that suddenly you have it so fast, this symmetrical position. Queen takes d1, we have rook takes d1, Levon plays it very fast. He just spent 26 seconds so far, plays extremely fast. And probably it will be his strategy to play fast and make his opponent think.
It must be his strategy. Maxime has already used a minute, and when you start with 3 minutes less than your opponent, you should really speed up. The queens are off of the board and it's a symmetrical position, but the Frenchman has to play way faster than this.
Black played bishop d7. I wonder what his plan is after knight b5. And
We
it's
shall
already
see.
on the board because knight d6, knight c7 is in the air, so he may play king e7 or I'm not sure what his plan is right now. Maybe rook, well, there is not so many options because rook would be going, then knight d6 and knight b7, knight c5
King
is
to
taken.
e7.
So king e7 is played, which is not necessarily exactly he would want to play. I would wonder to play, for example, bishop f4, playing bishop d6, and after e5, I think possibly bishop e3, or going back to bishop g5, going knight c3 to d5.
Certainly.
But we'll see. Also bishop e3, for example, maybe forcing b6, but probably it's not a problem for black yet.
Looks a
Knight
little bit
d6.
suspicious for the Frenchman, and Levon is taking his time to calculate precisely the best continuation.
Knight d6 is also what can be
Immediately.
played in this position. On the other hand, it's very easy to go wrong. For example, white would be going knight f3. I think black is going h6. And once the bishop is moving away, maybe knight e4. I'm not sure. Actually, maybe this can be a problem for black because e5 is not possible. But we have knight d6 on the board.
This is becoming very concrete. Suddenly, the b7 pawn is hanging.
And it's a very stressful situation for the Frenchman. h6 was played. I think I like it. It's first reaction from me. But actually it can be a pawn, but actually bishop f6, knight f7 will be not such a big issue for black because rook goes away and after that bishop will be capturing some pawns. And anyway, to give up the black square bishop in these positions is very risky for white. So back to my idea, what I wanted to say about the Frenchman, he should be able to make a draw or win this match by any means from his point of view because he did not win a single match so far. So it's very important for him to switch these thoughts out of his mind bishop f4 is played. I wonder if g5 will be pushed by black.
G5 looks like a natural
But
response.
now, for example, black has the dilemma. Should I go e5 or g5? With the e5 idea, he has that he wants to go knight to d4. But I think g5 is the move, and that's what he played. I think g5 is a good move, and now white has to move his bishop. He has to decide whether he's going to e3 or c1. I don't think there is another opportunity or other idea in this position, and I think knight d6 was a little bit over-optimistic. At least that's the feeling I have, because the bishop is not standing too well on e3 is still fine. b6, I
Bishop
think.
to e3, b6, and a couple of quick moves that we need to catch up with. h4, g4.
Well, h4 seems to be the move of every game.
Everybody wants to play h4.
But this might be important for white, because it can be important that he has the square f4 for his bishop in a later stage.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. It gives
But I
more
think-
freedom to the bishop.
I think white will have to maybe go back with his knight to b5, because it can get in danger also if black has the time to play a6. Then the d6 knight can be vulnerable here. Well, the time is white has more than 6 minutes, but black is under 5 minutes by now. But
Although Levon's time advantage is disappearing, it's about a minute and a half. He started with 3 extra minutes, so something of that time advantage has gone by because of these calculations.
b4, it was expected. It's clear. Something you must do, but takes, and the rook will be moving, I believe. Or he's just sacrificing. He was just sacrificing the exchange, which is
Maxim
interesting
Vachier-Lagrave
idea.
giving up the rook on a8, so it is a minor piece and a pawn for the sacrificed rook.
I'm not sure it was a must. It was interesting that he was not even hesitating about it. He just went for giving up, but actually maybe knight c2, and actually that's exactly what happened. What's happening, I see, that after bishop a8, knight c2 intermediate move, and we can say that this is probably a very important move, as king f1 will be the only move, black will be going knight e3, takes, rook a8, full compensation, very unpleasant position. Look at the g1 knight, which is so annoying.
Levon played king to
king
d2 to take back on e3 with the king.
Yes, but I think black could have taken a8, and after king c2 to be playing bishop a4. This was an option.
Did not happen, so there's a capture on e3 and the bishop is taken on a8. The game is speeding up.
Yeah, it's very important for white to get out with his knight from g1, because it is really standing very unfortunately.
It has gotten out to b5.
Bishop c6, knight b5. It is very tricky for black, I believe. Actually, black can consider to take on b5 and possibly go knight d5 and knight c3, taking the pawn on b5. The bishop is extremely powerful, so there is a question, and it's something to be serious about. But of course, the c6 bishop is so nice that he doesn't want to give up.
He does not.
Knight
He plays
d7.
knight d7 instead. The white king side looks very sad with that knight not being able to develop, nor the h1 rook.
Exactly, exactly. So it is very unhappy for white to have these pieces. And actually, probably black just wants to go a5, a4, a3, a2, and it's a very simple kind of plan. While white has to have. He has to, well, maybe actually rook h2 can be the move, so immediately he's threatening to take. But it is probably black is going knight e5, immediately attacking the c4. So it actually Levon has a very, very, very difficult situation right now.
Difficult position, and his time advantage is only half a minute by now. He started with 3 extra minutes, and now it's only 30 seconds.
King f2 in order to knight e5, very unpleasant. Actually, black, I believe, has an advantage.
Knight e5, rook to c1 to protect the pawn.
Well, now a6 is possible.
G takes F3 played by Maxime. Knight takes
okay,
F3.
the bishop takes F3 and it's not possible. So now not possible to take because of knight D3.
Winning
so
the
actually
exchange
there was
back.
a huge blunder by Levon Aronian
Rook
at this
C1.
point. Actually he gave up the exchange. He has a pawn down and I think black will just play A6, A5. And actually Levon Aronian is very close to lose this match.
Yeah, in a situation where white is in a must-win case, it is only that he has to win. If it's a draw, Maxime will get the full point, and Maxime has an extra pawn by this point, and also the time is roughly equal by now.
Knight
The time situation.
C3, yeah, I mean probably it will be taken by Maxime because it's a rook endgame, so actually he would secure his victory for this match. And I think definitely that's the most logical. Or rook c8 and b5, so it's even worse. But I think some of the players might have been just taking on c3, playing a5 and securing the situation. And
Knight to e4.
f5. He still wants to play energetically as he's always playing, Maxime. And now he's going to be pushing a5 or b5.
Maxime below 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes left for Levon Aronian, but he's a pawn down and he has to win.
It seems like bishop e5, wants to force f4. But, and was f4 played?
I'm just having a great time this endgame.
Rook b1. Actually, I'm not sure Maxime made the best practical decisions, to be honest. b5.
Yeah, he could have taken on c3, as you mentioned earlier. That rook endgame, and he cannot lose it.
Let's say if you would see Vichy playing, I don't think he would be hesitating for a second.
Experience.
Yeah, as we saw his... Yeah, if you want to score the point, you want to score the point. But of course, Maxime is not really risking much. It's just still there is a knight on the board now, and he's
Levon
playing
goes
g4.
Rook c3 check, king to e2,
Bishop
and
f4 will be played, right? Yeah.
it has just been played by Maxime.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine that anything surprising can happen in this game. Rook e3 or b4 takes, and rook g3.
2.5 minutes left for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and also Levon Aronian is roughly on that time. He's got about 10 seconds of
In such a
time
position,
advantage.
also, it's extremely difficult for you to move on and to believe that something can happen on your favor from Levon's point of view. So it is very difficult. e5 was played, knight a5, e4, and just in a second, probably there is a possibility of making perpetual check after rook b5. But I'm pretty sure Maxime will want to win that. But
You don't think he will go for the perpetual?
It's a perpetual check, and he's going for the
repeating now.
perpetual check.
Because the
And
draw
there's
is the same
nothing.
as a victory. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave gets 1.5 points for this match against Levon Aronian. Levon is only on half a point after this game. He has started very well this tournament. I mean, half a point for today, not not overall.
Yes, yeah.
He still shared second,
Yeah.
but he started very well, and he missed a great chance against the world champion. He had a very good position against Magnus Carlsen in the classical game. And as you said, that game could have been a decisive moment in the tournament in terms of who would take the lead. If Levon had won that game, that changes the whole picture.
He had definitely few opportunities, very, very promising opportunities.
Couple of missed opportunities
Yes.
in that single game.
Yeah. So it was, of course, it's very hard, right, that he made 2 draws, but actually he lost in this match. So he has only half a point out of this match of today.
And for Maxime, this is the first Armageddon where he actually gets a point. So good news for the Frenchman who won the Blitz tournament, but then he didn't start very well in the standard part of the tournament, if we can call it standard with the revolutionary format. Speaking of revolutionary format, in 2 minutes, the 2 Americans will start their Armageddon game, so we're going to witness another sudden death.
Well, it is going to be very challenging on that table, but we still might have more Armageddons if we can go back for a second.
Let's check back with Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus, at this point, they did play King F8 when we were hesitating who is going to be king f8 or king h8, and after bishop e7, this was exactly what happened in the game. And black did not take on f4, but went into the knight and bishop endgame, king f3, king g8, because the bishop couldn't be taken, king g4, king h7, and right now they are starting to give check, going back and forth, where I'm expecting that should be a draw, but after knight e4, bishop g7, knight d6 was played, king g5, again knight e4 will be played, I'm pretty sure. But I see that we have a Armageddon game started.
Yes, our producer is bringing us back to the Armageddon action. Fabiano Caruana in a must-win situation. One more time, it's 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black, but in case of a draw, Wesley gets the full point.
We again have a Petrov, but knight c3 in move 5. And so we have bishop e3 again. We are going to see a long castle situation shortly. It is, I think, very similar situation what we had between Vachier-So and
H4, move of the day. Everybody plays H4
it's like
today.
They think it's just we have to get over with H4
Alpha
and then
zero.
the game starts.
That's alpha 0, H4, H6.
Well, okay, it's not a surprising move in this this line.
Obviously, but I'm just happy to see it.
Yes, yes, definitely. And I see that black took on d4, bishop takes d4, rook g8. So let's see if already f3, g4 comes, or king b1 will be played. Actually, c4 was played in this position.
Did you play these variations with both colors, or
No, I played with
more
white.
with white?
Yeah,
I was going
yeah.
to say
I played a few
I would
games
predict
with-
more with white. Yes.
I played Petrov a few times, but I
not
didn't
your
have
style.
such a great time with that. Let's put it that way.
So whenever you play these variations with white, what was your experience in terms of the structure?
I was not so happy because things were moving very slowly, and I liked when a knight is on the board. Then it was too symmetrical for me. But you can create chances, but it was very seldomly that I could score a full point in these kind of structures. Somehow they were too detailed, a lot of nuances happening. Well, interestingly, c5 was played after c4, so it was a provocation. And after long castle, queen e3, so white will be, I guess, going b3, protecting the pawn on c4, trying to go g3, bishop g2 on the long diagonal. d5 square is weak, so let's see how black is playing
G5
g5.
and h takes,
A lot
h
of
takes.
pawn moves today. H takes, h takes. The c3 bishop stands perfectly in this kind of position. The white rook without making a single move.
Yeah. Judith, I will need to interrupt you for a moment because we are being joined by the French man who has just won his Armageddon against Levon Aronian. He will help us go through another Armageddon that's between the two Americans. And in the meantime, Magnus Carlsen drew his game, so we will have his Armageddon game starting at 9 o'clock local time. That is in 13 minutes. And I'm going to roll to the left and give some space to the #1 player of France. Welcome to the studio, Maxime, and congratulations.
Thank you.
We will need your help to understand this game before you can talk about your own game. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, so far,
This is what's happening between Fabiano and
it's
Vachier-So.
just clearly better as far as I understand it.
c5 is quite a committal move, right?
Yeah, but I guess you didn't have any choice.
Well, it
Generally,
was,
you.
actually,
I mean, I
things
remember
are...
after h4, you're not supposed to play h6 simply. But
Ah, okay. But now things are
whatever.
speeding up. d5 looks very dangerous.
Whoa.
Deadly dangerous, isn't it?
I mean,
Somehow
even a
you
move
feel
like.
like to sacrifice. I don't know.
No, you don't need to sacrifice. I mean,
Not
you,
yet.
No, I can move.
Queen g3?
But bishop d6 is maybe the idea. If
Queen
queen g5,
G5?
rook e2,
And the d5, bishop f4.
yes. But it feels wrong. But maybe
Well, it
there's
feels
no way
very
to,
risky. The only question is whether
I mean, there's
it's
no
black in time.
Yeah, I mean, risky is way to
Maybe
put
king
it.
b1? Well, because the c5 is hanging, but bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Yeah. I thought maybe bishop f3. And
It was played, bishop f3.
yeah, bishop f3 has been played.
The question is whether how black is continuing. Can he go bishop f? Bishop
I thought
f6,
bishop
c5.
d6, but queen g5.
Bishop d6, queen g5.
Yeah. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and maybe here you have some sort of idea, but I don't see it.
It's a pawn up, right? And then he
Yeah.
made the d5 square.
No, this is much better for white.
Yeah.
I mean,
Bishop d6 was played as far as I see. Takes, takes.
yeah. No, so
So
it's much
white
better
is-
for Fabiano.
Yeah, and in time-wise also it's very clear that 7.5 against 4.5. He keeps his 3 minutes
Yeah.
of advantage. Queen e6. Well, of course there are some chances. Rook h4,
No, but wait,
bishop
rook
e7.
h6, is there a refutation?
Yeah, surprisingly. He went
Maybe
well.
bishop e7 is the idea. Yeah, bishop e7.
And queen h5, f6. Yeah.
No,
Takes this.
Yeah, and if rook
Yeah.
d8, bishop no, rook d8.
King b1 was played. That's a nice move, I
that's
think.
much.
Going out of all the black square checks.
Yeah, no, this is. I mean, I predict, smooth win for Fabi here, but
Well, it seems pretty promising. That's. What do you think about Anand's game? But okay.
We have,
Lot of
fire
things
all
happen.
over the board. Also,
no,
Alexander
Vich's
Grishuk
game is
Also draw.
down to 35
okay.
seconds against Yu Yangyi, and that seems to be a winning position for the birthday boy.
Wow.
If we can just quickly have a look at that endgame.
This is the position.
oh, something went really wrong
very
for.
wrong. Well, bishop g3, no?
Yeah. No, it seemed like it was okay, but I don't know. I mean, Sasha was in
Bishop b6.
splendid shape in Moscow.
And now he's
But,
getting king d6
yeah,
and game over. no?
Here so far, he hasn't found his stride.
Well,
It
Maybe
seems that
bishop.
his first day loss is still haunting him.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, bishop e3, rook b2, and
yeah, I mean, king
And it's
c6
over.
is also just fine.
oh, king c6, bishop f2,
King b7.
b7, rook a2, rook c1 check. Yeah, correct. Yeah, even king c6 wins. So it's really.
Well, king d6 seems to be somehow more tempting.
Yeah, king d6 is
But,
just mate.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the game here. Rook dg1. Well, it seems like it's hard to imagine that it's not going to be won by Fabiano. I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
And he kept his time too. It's 6 minutes left for Fabiano, 3.5 for Wesley. Very difficult situation for Wesley. So
yeah, you would need some a6, b5, but you're not in time ever.
Well, somehow rook h5 is coming, I guess.
Yeah,
Queen d6. The queen is chased by black, trying to get.
yeah.
Trying.
But I
to
think
get-
even if you exchange the queens, you're still really much better. So, but of course, you don't want to exchange the queens with white.
Well, f5, queen h5.
Yeah.
But now the 7th rank will be
Yeah.
vulnerable. for
Only
black.
question.
Well, probably rook g8.
Maybe rook e2. Try to be active.
More active.
Yeah.
But there's not going to be anything there.
There's no threat. Yes.
G8 by Wesley.
I mean, it was threatening rook takes f2.
Yeah. But here I think I would take and rook e1. I think exchange one rook could be favor white, no? Bishop f4.
Yeah, this is getting a bit unclear. The queen on d5.
Bishop on f4 is nice now, and active queen and the king can sneak away, right?
Yeah. I thought maybe instead of rook e1, we could just. I think possibly rook d1 was a strong move.
Well, rook d5,
Queen f7,
rook d8,
bishop f6.
f6. Yeah.
Bishop e5.
Oops.
Just in time.
Yeah.
It wasn't the choice of Wesley, so we have
Oh wait.
current position
So this now.
with bishop e. Oh, bishop
It's
f4,
not played
bishop
yet.
e5. Wow.
It's not played yet.
Because of rook g5 probably. No, queen
But
h4.
rook to king h4, yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, it's not easy to give up this diagonal. But he
Bishop
played
to
bishop f6. It seems he missed bishop e5.
That would have been a very pretty move.
Maybe he didn't want to go into rook endgame, but it was winning a pawn.
No,
he
he
just blundered.
He didn't see it. Yeah.
He didn't see it. But okay, this seems also pretty...
No, this is not so clear because
Rook e8,
take, king c7,
rook e1.
queen f3 even.
You're very brave.
I am very greedy.
4 minutes left for Fabiano Caruana, 3 minutes left for Wesley. So, and this is still the situation where Caruana has
Maybe
to
now rook
win.
d1.
Now rook d1 I like a lot. But also all kind of bishop c1.
King c3.
King, I think king b2
He went to king
was
b2.
played.
And b6 by Wesley.
King b2 was played, b6. I'm not sure king b2 was good. Nothing like
Yeah, rook
bishop
d1,
e5
bishop
will
e5
do.
check. Yeah.
Rook
Now rook
e8.
e8.
Yeah, but no, you
Rook
take,
takes,
you play king b7.
Rook h8. Queen c6, I guess. Oh no,
No.
queen c6 you can't. King a6 is the only move.
Yeah.
Rook h8, indeed. The king will have to escape to a6.
Yeah.
And a quick information to our viewers that Magnus Carlsen's game will begin in 15 minutes. Magnus Carlsen against Vachier-Mamedyarov, another Armageddon.
King a6, queen e2, but it seems like it was misplaced by Fabiano, I must say.
No, but maybe
King
he
b7.
should have played queen c8 check. You know, trying
Well,
to.
now he will go back, I'm pretty sure, and go queen c8.
Yeah, but you know,
There's
in
not
Armageddon, you
much.
don't want to repeat moves too often.
But if you made a mistake and you see more chances,
Yeah, no, of course. But
and there is not much. A4.
It didn't go back.
okay, a4 is a good move, probably. But maybe queen f7 now?
What about queen d1?
No, then I take up rook h7 and rook
Queen
h5.
d6 by
even.
Wesley after a4.
Oh, queen d6.
And now queen e.
No, you don't want to do queen e8.
No, it's check.
So bishop c3, rook e7. Yeah,
Queen c4, going to g8.
bishop e5.
That's not funny.
10.5 minutes left for Fabiano, 2 minutes for Wesley. So we are reaching the last stage of the game.
Queen c4,
Yeah, bishop e5.
bishop e5.
Probably have to go rook f8.
Yeah.
But you need to be brave to do that.
Rook f8 is on the board.
Yeah.
Bishop
Okay.
takes c3, queen c3, probably f4.
Maybe queen e5. I'm not sure about these rook endgames, you know. Take f4, rook e2,
Rook d5. Yeah.
rook e2, rook f2.
Well, but that's you don't want to have that endgame, I believe.
Queen d5 by Wesley
d5.
and f4.
Well, it's getting very dangerous for Wesley, I think.
I'm not sure.
Again.
King h6, for instance.
No, I mean from practical point of view. I
Okay.
think.
I mean,
King a6 is a nice.
your queen is on d5. It's not that dangerous, I feel.
In the meantime, the birthday boy, Yangyi, has won his game against Alexander Grishuk, so he gets a
A5.
full 2 points for that victory. And I think we have a small birthday cake for him if he visits us in the studio. Back to this game.
a5. B takes a5 was taken.
Yeah, and rook e6.
Queen
No,
d3.
queen d3. That's the point, yeah.
Yeah, after this queen
Oh,
d3.
so king b7 then.
But I see the king on b5.
Whoa. Oh, why not?
Active
Little
king.
optimistic people.
No, but the pawn on a7 saves black, because otherwise a move like queen e5 was very strong, probably.
Well, I'm pretty sure that this was a shocking news for Fabiano to see king on b5. Well, probably rook has to go to f8 or something.
King a3 to counter the king on b5.
Rook e4.
And no queen e5, maybe.
Queen?
Queen e5. Wow.
Yeah, just
Wow.
once.
Wow.
Aiming for a pawn mate with c4, that would be brilliant.
Wow.
Did he play it?
No.
Please tell me he played it.
No.
He didn't. No.
He played Queen H3. What?
Fabi, I give free lessons if you want.
Queen E5. If that move would have
Wow.
been played, that could have been the move
Beautiful.
of the year.
No, not that.
Queen D1.
I love that move.
Ah, but okay.
I would have nominated
Wow.
it.
Yeah.
Queen
C4,
H3, Queen D1.
C4 takes, King C4.
It's not that clear, yeah?
What a saving idea. And the players have 1 minute on the clock. Wow.
Yeah, it's
1 minute
actually a
left,
draw, yeah?
indeed.
The draw if c4.
And Wesley is getting really nervous. He stands up, looking up at the demonstration board.
Wow.
Yeah, this is just a draw. The short on Queen A1 mate.
Unbelievable saving.
You probably need to go back to c3 with the queen.
It's a rook up for white, but he's getting perpetual checks.
Well, takes Queen D4, I guess.
Yeah.
Ah, but takes and Rook F5. So it's
Yeah.
and Queen C3 back.
Will we see Queen D5, Queen E5?
No, I don't think he will play Queen D5.
Please, Queen D5, Queen E5.
I think he could play Rook D4, for instance.
Rook F5.
Oh,
C4
yeah.
is hanging.
Yeah, you're right. Rook F4 then.
Yeah. But then Queen C5. Queen E5, so
35
Queen
seconds
E5.
left for Wesley. He
No,
has
no,
no
check.
increment. Jeez.
29, 28, 27.
A4.
A4, attacking.
Who is attacking here?
But now
It's
Rook
actually a good one.
F5.
Yeah, but
And
Queen
then
C1
Queen-
check, King A2, take on B3,
Check, Queen B3.
Rook B4,
Queen D3.
yeah, Rook C4.
Fabiano took on F5 with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Queen C1 has been played. They're really down to the last seconds.
Now Fabiano has less time than Wesley. 15 seconds left.
Queen B2
14,
has been
13.
played.
Okay, that's,
They trade queens and then 8
Gonna
takes
be a draw.
A3.
B3.
yeah.
King B3, I guess.
Fabiano has less
Rook
time
B4.
than Wesley. That's bad
Yeah,
news.
there's no chance. I mean, he might make
Well,
it
of
to move
course
60,
he wants to
but...
go here.
4 seconds.
Yeah, no, he made it to move 60.
Okay, now he gets a 3-second increment, but the position, well, it's a pawn-up rook endgame, but it doubled f-pawns, and the a-pawn is running.
Oh, King A3 is nice, actually. This could be...
King b7
F7,
stopping
go
rook
F7.
a8.
Could this be a win? Oh, probably not. Yeah, King
Dead draw,
A7.
no? King A7.
King A7, yeah.
And what do we have on time? King A7.
If we
There's
can catch up with the position, the players are faster than our system.
Yeah,
I
rook
think we should
F4,
focus on the
there's-
camera.
But there's nothing to
Yeah,
do
there's
here.
nothing, yeah.
Takes
Rook on F1.
Rook just F1 and there's nothing to be done. Check, check,
Yeah.
check, check, check.
Check, 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 check.
No, it's yeah. There is no way that.
I think we have lost the
No,
thread
we haven't
with our
lost,
position.
yeah. This is a position.
Is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they agreed to a draw.
And it's over. What an escape by Wesley. So he gets the full points for this Armageddon game. With that king on b5 almost getting mated.
But this was the beautiful
Queen
chance.
e5.
Fantastic.
If it works,
Chance.
then this is
It does
a beauty
work. There's
prize.
nothing to be do.
Yeah, it works.
Tell Fabi that the lessons are up there if he wants. Maxime, we do have now a few minutes left before Magnus starts his game. Would you mind please sharing your thoughts on your classical game and then the Armageddon?
Yeah, it will be very... so, for some reason, I was surprised by f4, even though it's a very logical move, and I didn't react in the best possible way, probably, but anyway, I mean, lots of options were possible from both sides, and here I felt like I stabilized a bit my position.
Yeah, it looked very comfortable for black eye.
It's not that
No?
easy.
But for white, it's even more difficult.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
believe.
No, it's difficult to play, but
What, were you
objectively
surprised
I
on
wasn't.
B4?
No, before, I mean, I had seen the idea. But of course, I thought he could play maybe a move like bishop d4.
A knight B5?
I think I wanted this. And knight a4 a6.
Yeah.
quite important move to free my queen from this. And now this rook on g8
Yeah, on the G file, you're very
is
powerful
useful.
there.
But I thought this position was not that clear. I thought he needed to keep the bishops. And
Well, still, you can at least castle long, no?
I mean, I'm
Or
not
you didn't
worse.
want to?
Oh, and here I don't want to, like rook c2. Oh, wait, no, actually, no, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted f5, bishop d. And no, to take this knight, I'm not sure if that's the correct approach,
Yeah.
but it feels,
Yeah, bishop on c6, it's
yeah,
and f5. Yeah.
it felt very principled. And here in the game, I mean, I just,
I was questioning queen g5.
yeah,
To play queen g7.
but from afar I didn't see that. Of course, this was possible for
Oh.
white because of this.
Okay.
And then, I mean, of course, I should play something like queen g7, but I thought, you know, white puts the bishop on f3, then gets some knight c5, e5, and I mean, wasn't sure there was any reason I would come first.
I thought you were going to play queen g7 and bishop f3, f5, and bishop c6 first.
Like this. Yeah, but I wasn't sure about all this, like a move like knight a5. No, queen g3. Check.
Because after queen f4, king
Yeah.
8, d5.
No,
is
I mean,
possible.
I know the computer.
I don't know what the computer
No,
said,
I know
but,
the computer laughs at me.
We didn't check the engine, so we have
yeah,
no idea.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
No,
of
but you
course,
had a
queen
beautiful position
queen
already.
g7, queen f6
Yes.
feels
Yeah.
more principled, but
Yeah.
I was a bit worried about my king, to be honest. I mean, I probably had no reason to, but this is how it went. And here, of course, bishop f3 is feels wrong. Like you can take and play king f2.
Bishop f3 was wrong.
Yeah,
It's losing time, right?
yeah, and here what?
Here it seemed like you took advantage.
No, I played very well with this rook c8,
Yeah.
rook c2. I mean, even though many options are good. And here, my problem was when I played knight d5, I didn't see knight g3. I only
Yeah.
thought rook takes f5, and then it's probably winning for me after rook h4.
Oh, that's nice.
And if I had seen this idea of knight g3, I mean, here was a moment to bring my rook to e4. And I just thought I can go knight d5 first because it's...
Yeah, I had the feeling that somehow you took over and it's very dangerous for white.
Yeah, it
this
was very
point.
dangerous. That's much better for me. And I mean, rook g4 is a very natural move, so I definitely should have played it. I guess I didn't want to allow rook c3, but that's like
Yeah.
almost a loss of tempi because knight d5 will come anyway. Or even rook takes c3, rook
Yeah,
takes
rook
d4.
d4.
So probably has to go rook h3, but then rook e4.
Rook e3. But you can go knight d5.
And I can even go rook takes d4. No, I mean, there's no excuse for playing knight d5 actually. Now that I see it, rook g4 was just very, very strong. And so, well, after that disappointment,
But here you got pretty okay in the... Wasn't it scary when he got knight b5?
I mean, I felt it should be okay for me. I'm not sure if it objectively is okay, but I mean, there are pieces that are not developed yet.
Should develop first.
And so, of course, there are some ideas, but I felt like it should be okay. And I guess I was right. For instance, if you take rook h7, knight has to go back to
bishop
d6.
b2.
That's just...
Judith was emphasizing that if white gives up that dark square bishop,
Yeah.
then this position is
Cannot
more
dream
than
about
good.
anything good.
Yeah. And
But
so,
g5 was...
yeah, and then I don't like actually bishop f4 because then once my pawn gets to g4, now this became an issue, and here, I mean, I played very natural move. I mean, of course.
Well, you just took...
And
It's
here I'm
disadvantage.
just much better, and I just played it as, I mean, not really safe, but
yeah, this is what we
with a
thought
draw in
that,
end.
Yeah, that I had the feeling that, let's say, Vichy would have just simply grabbed the knight on c3,
Oh,
exchange, and then play a5.
of course. I mean, this was my first idea. Or maybe taken king d6, king c5.
Yeah.
This made maybe more sense. But at the same time, I
You
felt
don't
like...
want to give up your beautiful bishop, right?
And I felt like, okay, I
Yeah.
mean, this was still a drawing, because I felt like with the bishop I can never really be worse. I mean, I'm not gonna blunder a fork or something. So, but of course, once I had the draw in hand, I took it without thinking twice.
Well, in an Armageddon where a draw means basically the same as winning.
Yeah.
Finally, it's a good Armageddon for you, Maxime. You didn't have much luck when you had the white pieces in Armageddon. Is there by any chance that you reconsidered choosing the number 4 in the field, or you're still confident that white is better in these matchups?
I don't really care about whether white or black is better in these matchups. I mean, I mostly care about the fact that, you know, there's a classical game first. So
you prefer white?
I mean, anyone would prefer white.
Well, thank you so much for joining us and for going through the Caruana-So game and then showing us your game.
Let them play now.
Indeed, Magnus Carlsen will start his game right now, and we will be joined by the birthday boy, Yangyi, who has won his game against Alexander Grishuk. Thank you so much, Maxime.
Thank you very much. Good luck in the upcoming games.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, and happy birthday to Mr. Yangyi.
Thank you very much.
It's a good way to celebrate your birthday, winning your game against Alexander Grishuk.
Yes, there's a luck today because my position, I think, no good.
You didn't like your position. We will go through your game, but first we need to have a look at this Armageddon game between Magnus Carlsen and Vachier-Mamedyarov. And if we could have your expertise looking at this position. So another Grunfeld.
Yeah.
This was exactly the same as the classical game so far.
Yeah, yes.
And interestingly enough, we see it almost all the matches that they follow up with the same opening, with the same preparation. See the XD4, that's a new move in this match. So Mamedyarov is definitely going clear that he wants to go for a draw, which of course is not so easy.
Yes. I'm being reminded by our producer that maybe we should let you blow the candle before we burn down the equipment. Would you mind blowing the candle?
The candle. To wish.
Yeah, make a wish, please. I think winning the tournament would be a great wish.
I wish play good game and good race. Good race.
Can we have you blow the candle?
Okay.
The candle.
Okay.
Great, good job.
But I guess the biggest birthday present is that you won today.
It's not so easy playing on your birthday, Judith. You were saying that it's a critical. It's it cannot either go very well or it can go terribly wrong. But we will talk about more birthdays and your game after the Armageddon.
Knight b3, I think.
Knight b3 is the move. We'll see whether Magnus is also going knight b3 or going e5 maybe. Maybe e5?
E5, I think bishop e6.
Bishop e6, bishop c4. So let's see what Magnus is up to. Did you see the game of Magnus having a fantastic position, but he ruined it?
Yes.
It's not an easy situation for the world champion, as Judith mentioned. He must have felt that he had the advantage in the classical game, and it's disappointing that he couldn't win in the classical part. Now he's in a must-win situation.
Knight f3 was played, so whether is bishop g4 going to be the move or knight c6? d5, d5, knight b4.
Yeah.
What about bishop c5? Yeah. No, bishop d2 as far as I see. And black went back to h6.
Yes. I remember this lie. Yeah.
Let's see how white is. Is he going to take?
Yeah, take a
Yeah?
bishop with g5. I forgot. Yeah.
Or immediately bishop g5, it's also maybe possible. Right?
Yeah, maybe d5 or knight 5. I don't know.
Sorry?
I don't know this.
Maybe knight a5?
Yeah.
Instead of knight b4.
I don't know.
But we have on the board, after knight a6, bishop g5 instantly.
Not taking on a6.
Well, Magnus is having more than nearly 8 minutes, and black played king f8. Now, maybe now to take and go rook c7.
c7, rook d7. I think maybe take a castle.
Yeah, oops, maybe bishop b5 also. But maybe h4 will come after all, no? It's about time,
Yeah.
but of course bishop g4.
Yeah,
Takes.
Castle.
Castle or king moves? He played castle, of course. Bishop g4 is kind of possible. Mamedyarov is getting down to 5 minutes shortly.
Yeah, I think white is slightly better this position.
So white is slightly better, and Magnus has kept his time advantage. It's 2.5 minutes for Magnus Carlsen in terms of the time advantage. But he has to win. In case of a draw, Vachier-Mamedyarov gets the full point. After an escape in the classical game, that would be quite an achievement.
Rook b8. Rook c7, I guess rook b7 or rook d7.
Rook d7 only more.
Sorry, rook d7, of course.
Rook d7.
Of course, rook d7, and now rook c1 is not possible.
Take a rook b1.
Yeah. Well, probably it's can't, no? It's not going to be. Takes rook b1.
Yeah.
It's... I don't know. Is it going to be this? Or he goes rook c6. Not exchanging the rooks.
4.5 minutes left for Vachier-Mamedyarov. And he's under
But
pressure on the
Magnus
board.
seems to be extremely calm.
Yes, I'm surprised that he is this calm, because he was clearly disappointed after the classical game. He left the playing hall shaking his head, but he managed to use those 15-20 minutes between the two games, calming himself down and getting ready for the Armageddon.
For black, no?
Yes.
Bishop f4, bishop e5.
I think bishop b7. I don't know. Oh no.
But maybe rook b1.
Yeah.
Seems to be very difficult for black, I believe. Rook db7. Bishop f4. Rook a8. Rook c1. Looks very difficult. Bishop b7 or bishop g4. Rook c7, I guess. Actually, this is a pawn.
Yeah. Take a pawn.
I like that. It's free.
But I think rook c7, it's also quite unpleasant.
Definitely, those are the two candidate moves that Magnus is considering.
Rook c7, take.
You want to take, yeah,
Yeah,
on
take.
a6.
Pawn is a pawn. Will he takes?
Let's see if he takes the pawn. I'm not sure. Maybe then bishop b5 and the rook will
Rook
be
c7
out.
played by the world champion.
Look, see, he likes initiative more than pawns.
King 8.
Takes king e8. What about maybe h3?
Yeah.
Because it's very difficult for black to with his rook defending the pawn.
Yeah, h3, good move.
Yeah, the a8 rook is tied down to the defense of the a7 pawn. That's why it's a very passive piece.
Big pressure for Mamedyarov in this position, and he's already
a5,
down.
I don't know, a5.
a5?
Yeah,
Well,
no, h6.
maybe h6? Yeah, h6 was played. Well, somehow looking for counter chances, but knight e5. Very unpleasant. But I think black has to take it, no? Yes, of course,
Yeah,
takes,
take,
but it's
a5.
very difficult. Very unpleasant for black.
a5.
f5, f3. I'm not sure knight e5 was the best.
I don't know.
No?
3 minutes left for Vachier-Mamedyarov.
Oh.
Because here
6 for
takes rook
Magnus.
c8, rook c4.
Yeah,
Black is looking for counterplay, and this would be okay.
This is a possibility
So-
to activate the rook, yes.
yeah.
f5, now it's not so simple for white, and I see that Magnus also gave an expression that it seemed like he was not happy realizing what he has done. I think knight e5 was too early. ef5, bishop.
Bishop
Yeah,
takes.
bishop wants to come to e4 to attack, also rook d8. So now there are very serious counter chances.
And the quick information is that Vachier, Anand-Ding and Liren have also drawn their game. That means another Armageddon. The fourth of the day will begin in about 15 minutes. What a day! I'm loving it. Oof.
h3.
What happened? a3, rook d8. And this was completely not understandable. a3 move, rook d8, and now suddenly d5 is disappearing.
Yeah, I think.
It was a blockout for a second
Yeah,
for Magnus.
Magnus is missing his chances. It seems he missed his chance in the classical game, and he seems to be missing chances now in the Armageddon.
Well,
He has
probably
to
he has
win
to-
d6.
Yeah, d6.
He played d6, takes, bishop f6,
No, bishop g7, I don't know.
bishop f4, he went,
f4,
g5.
Yeah, I think bishop
I guess
g7.
g5,
Oh, bishop.
first.
Oh, rook d7.
rook d7, rook d8. How is he going to
c6.
want to have bishop d3?
It's a
But
pawn
king
up
F-
for
king F7
Mamedyarov.
was
Okay, he
played.
gave up the a6 pawn,
But why? That's not so clear.
but he could have defended it.
Well, he could have this a6 pawn, no? As an extra.
I don't know, take.
Well, yeah, but probably it should be a draw. But I would prefer to defend the pawn.
I don't know, take,
First.
take.
Yeah, takes. King e6.
No, I think maybe first the
h5.
No, I think black first the bishop b5 because the
not
king is
to allow.
yeah, king is
But we
There's
have
a
he
trade
did
of
not
rooks
he
on
did
a7.
no, he did
Oh, no,
not
he
take
didn't
it.
take.
He played rook
Okay.
a4.
Oh, okay.
a6,
a6,
h4.
h4.
Again,
H4.
again. It's the move of the day in every game.
And actually, it's not
B5.
so. Yeah, because he wants to go d4, I believe. Actually, it took h takes g5, but h take h. Unfortunately, we have the h takes g5. Okay, rook d4,
yeah, I think
bishop.
So it's equal material,
Yeah.
but Mamedyarov is down to 2 minutes.
Well, but he's losing a pawn on g5. He just
Yep.
it was a draw, and then he misplayed it completely.
From a pawn up, it's a pawn down now for Vachier-Mamedyarov. Less than 2 minutes, and he will not get more
Well,
after.
he looks for counter chances, exchange rooks, but it's not so simple. Even though they have minutes only on the clock, they are looking what's going on. I think he was checking Mamedyarov whether which move are we.
The move number, yes, that's what they can see when they look up. It's move 39. He still has to play 20 more moves before getting increment.
King e6 was played, not to g6, towards the center. And black will be looking forward with some counter chances with the d pawn. But white has great chances now, g4. Rook b3, looking for the pawn on a3. And a lot of pawn moves will happen, probably bishop f6, that's what I would be expecting, and somehow g5, but actually bishop h4 was played. Takes on a3, g5, which is very difficult because now bishop d3, also g6.
Because of rook f6, picking up the bishop. Rook a1 by Mamedyarov.
King h2. It's very difficult to stop the pawn, the g-pawn. Very, very difficult.
How do you stop the pawn?
Maybe black has
The
to
bishop.
sacrifice the pawn, I think d4 possibly. Or simply, I don't know,
He has
d4.
pushed
He
d4.
just pushed d4. Logical decision.
He
Get
wants
rid of
to-
the pawn, but he's going to get g6 in any case.
Yeah, he's
But
trying,
then king e5, I believe.
he's trying to cover the promotion square, the g8 square with his bishop. That's why he pushed d4.
And also that to play bishop d5, if possible. Actually, that's
Yep.
what happened. Bishop d5, f3 against the possible checks. And now king e5 must be the move, I believe. Though bishop g3 would be very unpleasant at this point. So black played d3, g7, and I'm afraid for Mamedyarov that he's
Oh.
going to losing in a second because rook d4 is coming.
He was about to play king e5, then he put it back. King e5, bishop g3.
Rook a2 check. Actually, it is very tricky suddenly because bishop e6 has to be moved. And d2 was played, my god.
Both are about to
But
promote.
rook, I think after rook f7, game over.
Rook f7
I
is
don't know.
check,
And it
covering
was
the
played.
diagonal.
King d4.
Magnus Carlsen promotes his pawn.
d1, what a game, what
Both
a
have
game.
just promoted. 40 seconds left for the Arzavi Grandmaster.
But it has to be a win for white. Queen g7, king d3, queen g6, I believe.
Queen g6 is king e2, I think.
Indeed, Magnus
Queen
plays queen
G6.
g6.
King
Oh,
d2,
no, sorry.
bishop f4. I think king e2 and
Yeah,
king f1 should be
I don't know. Queen
somehow.
e2, rook e7.
King e2 has to be the move, no?
Queen- yeah.
King d4, queen f6. It's very hard to imagine that this is savable
The
for
queen is
white.
getting closer with
Queen
queen f5 check.
king c4, rook c7, king b3, no more checks. Wow.
Really?
Huh?
But he went king b5.
Wow.
And then queen d7, king b4. Impossible. Impossible that black is going to save it.
Why did he not go to b3 then?
I don't know.
King b3 and there were no more checks.
Incredible. Incredible. If after rook c7, king b3, no more checks. And the game is drawn.
Magnus Carlsen wins the game, but we still don't understand why the king didn't go to b3 when there are no more checks for white. Are we
Well,
missing something?
Well, because he had seconds left on his
Yeah,
clock.
he had about 20 seconds, and after like 4 hours of play today, Magnus Carlsen wins his Armageddon game that gets him 1.5 points, and Vachier-Mamedyarov gets half a point for today. We will have one more Armageddon, the last game of the day between Vachier and Anand-Ding Liren, starting very shortly. But before that, can you please show us your game, your classical game that you won against Alexander Grishuk?
Okay. Yeah. Pivotal for.
Yeah, we saw that you played some games yourself
Yeah, yeah.
in
yes.
this
yes.
opening. What do you
Yeah.
think, which were the critical moments?
Yeah, I forgot the queen b3. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw you played
Yeah.
rook b1
Yeah,
twice
yeah,
with
yeah.
the white pieces.
Yeah, I play rook b1, rook b8, knight g4.
Yeah,
Yeah, play Vachier. Yeah.
indeed.
I forgot.
How about this queen b3? Did you analyze this as white?
I forgot the queen b3.
You forgot.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think I want a sim analyze.
What was your plan if king queen b7?
Queen d7? I think b6, c5. I don't know. Yeah.
Can you show it on the board in case of queen b7?
If queen b7,
Queen
could
b7,
white?
Yeah, can you show it on the board?
If white takes,
Queen b7, I think
yeah, queen a6,
rook b6.
Yeah.
Queen a5, queen c6. I don't know.
yeah, and after
C4?
c4,
Oh no. Oh,
you just
yeah.
take it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. I
Yes.
think black is okay. I don't know.
Yes.
Rook d8.
Yeah. Yeah, it's full compensation, I believe also. Okay, f4, f5.
A4, B6.
You were happy with your position?
No happy. I think white slightly better the position.
And what was the turning point when things started to go in the direction to your favor?
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. I think this position.
Rook d1, yeah?
Rook d1.
Queen d1 was a mistake.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Queen d1 is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rook d1. I think Rook d1. Yeah. I think Rook d8. Take. Queen h3. h6.
Queen h5.
Yeah, Queen h5.
King g8, yeah? Or
King
king
g8.
f8.
King e2. I don't know.
Yeah. But it should be no problem for black, no? It's balanced.
Yeah, I think Queen c3 mistake.
Queen c3 is a mistake.
Yeah, yes.
Yes, because it allowed you
Yeah.
to come with your queen to e4.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think maybe this position. Queen e2.
And if c5?
C5 for C5.
Maybe he has to stand on the with the queen on the diagonal.
Yeah, Rook e1.
Okay, one.
And a5.
Yes.
So you consider Queen c3
Yeah, Queen
a
c3.
mistake?
No,
Yeah.
queen f3.
Oh, Queen f3, sorry.
No,
then
yeah, queen f3
the
and
combination.
queen c3.
Yeah, Queen
Yeah.
c3. I think mistake.
And after queen e4, you're better already, no? After queen e4.
Yeah.
It's difficult for white.
I don't know.
No?
No, I don't know. Yeah, Rook d4. I think. Yeah, I think take is okay. C5.
Yeah, this is what we were looking.
I don't know. Rook d1.
I thought he's going to take and go here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Take.
takes first
Yeah, take.
and then take on g5.
Bishop
And
c5.
rook b1.
Rook b1. I think
Yeah.
bishop would
And rook d1.
d8. Rook d1.
Bishop c7.
Yeah.
Just a brief public announcement that the last game of the day, the Armageddon, will begin in 9 minutes
Yeah, I
between
don't know.
Vachier
I don't know
and
Rook
Liren.
d1. Yeah, because the take.
Rook d7.
How did you see this endgame? Do you think that you have
Yeah.
winning chances?
Yeah, I don't know. This position, I don't know. Yeah, I think my position better is here. Yeah.
It's better
bishop
here.
d2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because a pawn very small.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe rook a7, no?
Yeah. Rook a7, rook c4. I think difficult ending game.
Very
Yeah.
difficult.
Yes.
Very bad bishop on f2, no?
Yes.
Do you think it's already winning here for black, or where do you think was the last mistake by white?
It's over here, no?
Yeah. This because this rook very bad.
Yeah, but the main problem is the pawn, I guess.
Yes, bishop e7, bishop e5, bishop d6, yeah, g4, f4.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I think this
That
with the
is
plan, yeah, bishop d6,
winning.
yeah, bishop d3,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you think was the last critical moment? Or you all call it back to queen f3, queen c3, or do you think there was any chance later on in this endgame for white to try to save it?
Yeah, this position
Here.
I think white is slightly better. I think, I think difficult position because I don't know how to play.
Yeah, but you have the control over the d file. I
think,
thought it's more or less equal.
I think
You
no.
think white is better?
Yeah, I think really well. Because the end game, good bishop, no good bishop. I don't know. I think really well. I don't know if because D-line, no chance.
Well, you can go queen d7, queen d3, I guess.
d7, a5.
Yeah, queen d3.
Queen d3, I think take.
Takes.
v7.
King f8.
f8.
Well, rook b7, rook c3, takes.
Yeah. Yeah, this position is equal, yeah, I think.
I felt that it's a draw, more or less.
Okay.
Because he's going here, you're going on the d5.
I don't know, queen d7, queen f3, yeah.
Queen e6.
Queen e6.
But this was not the position, no?
Queen c3.
Queen c3, queen c6,
a5.
queen e4.
Take.
Yeah.
Take. I don't know. Maybe black is okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, queen f4.
So there's some counterplay because of the active queen. But you still consider that this is where white could have kept the slight advantage with queen e2 and not the queen f3, queen c3 that you showed as a mistake.
Yeah, I think queen
Yeah.
queen c3 mistake.
But he was already in time trouble a little bit, no? He didn't
Yeah,
have-
Grishuk
Yeah.
time trouble.
Yeah.
Yes.
Congratulations on the game, and once again, happy birthday. We hope that you are going to celebrate it. How do you celebrate birthdays in China?
生日快乐.
How do you celebrate birthdays in China, in your country? Do you get presents, gifts, cake? Cake.
Yeah,
Good.
cake, yeah.
Congratulations one more time.
Okay.
And
Thank
we
you very
wish you
much.
good luck for the rest of the event.
Okay, thank
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Make sure to take Welcome back to the last Armageddon game of the day. This is round 4 and we have seen 4 Armageddons in total. Vichy and Anand in a must-win situation against Ding Liren. The classical game was very exciting. We couldn't follow the end of it, but actually Ding had some chances in the end game. So Vichy saved and we are about to witness the opening. Will it be the exact same opening, do you think, Judith?
I'm pretty sure that this is what is coming back again and again and again in every match almost, or maybe all of them, that we do see the same opening, little a deviation in move 4, 5, 6, but definitely not a big change. Probably it's because the mindset of the players, wow, they are playing so fast that our
system is not catching up.
Is just passed out.
Well, we've been here for a while already.
They're trying to catch up on what's on the board, but I really hope that we're going to see some of the moves. We have about half of
It's all right.
moves on our board.
Maybe we can give a shout out to our IT crew, but I don't think it's our IT team's fault. It's just that the board is not as quick as the players.
Yeah, but this way it's going to be hard for me to criticize any of the player. Or like
Okay, we can try. Let's analyze the bird's view. Can we zoom in on that camera, if we can have the bird's view as a main camera? Is that a possibility? That would be great.
Well, unfortunately, it's very hard to follow it.
I think we will need to switch to that camera. So as soon as we can get that camera as a main screen, that would be lovely.
Well, it is very clear that both players are really taking big care of their time because they barely think.
Oh, we've got the moves.
Wow. Okay, so let's go to this position, what we have on the board, because things are really happening very fast. And it seems Anand is playing very fast this whole game, as he went down only 1 minute, while the opponent Ding Liren also plays extremely fast. We have the queen again on a7 on this long a7 g1 diagonal, and now actually action is happening in the center, which is very unpleasant actually.
Bishop takes h6 on the board, a piece sacrificed by the former world champion.
And I see that the Vichy is extremely nervous at this situation at the board. He has his sleeves pulled up all the way to the elbow, ready to be blitzing if it's needed last seconds in the game, but so far he is very much in the shape in calculations as he's just took on h6.
In terms of the Armageddon, he lost his Armageddon match against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, and then he had the black pieces again against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, where he comfortably drew. This is the first time he has to win with the white pieces.
Yeah, it's clear that he's ready in mind to be extremely sharp, and he wants to make sure that he takes time from his opponent. Ding Liren is really has his head into his 2 hands, very much focused. He knows exactly that every move can cost him the game. Practically now the question is whether f5 is going to be played, or can he take on h6, which I would very much doubt that it's possible to take on h6, because either knight e5 or queen h6, but let's see what was the move, bishop d5. So now it's a big question what will happen. I wouldn't be surprised if something like rook e5 happens, but something material is going to be lost. The problem is for white that if after rook g4, e4 is the move. So black is not really paying attention on the h6 bishop, focuses on other aspect of the game after bishop d5. This is really something can bother Vichy very much. I wouldn't be surprised. What about rook e1, giving up the exchange? Takes, takes. The h6 bishop will be not taken anyway.
That would be a full rook up for black, but
no,
it's
actually,
scary.
yeah, for the moment it's only exchange up.
Yeah, if he takes on h6, I mean.
Yeah, but he played rook g4, did not sacrifice anything else than the h6 bishop, though I wonder what will happen after e4. I'm sure Vichy has something in mind, something knight h4, I believe.
Indeed.
And we have it on the board. So now this is the question, what happens after knight h4, whether simply rook h4 will be the move. This is the idea, I think. And now we can see that the queen on a7 is really so much out of the
Totally misplaced.
game. And this is why bishop h6 possibly an option.
Yeah.
e4 was played, important to cut. After knight h4, actually, it was the bishop,
The bishop
was
taken on d3. So it was a double piece sacrifice by the 15th world champion, playing very aggressively, and now knight f5 on the board, attacking the black king.
But it's very interesting what Anand has in mind after bishop e6, as I don't see exactly what, and actually we have that on the board, because after bishop h7, black would be just grabbing the knight. So maybe knight g7 will be the move,
To
or what
sacrifice
can be
the
the
exchange,
g6.
that is a rook.
The g6 knight is the only piece which defends the king, but actually maybe it will be enough against the three pieces. h6, bishop, f5, knight, rook on g4. So this could be very annoying. Maybe only queen d3 will be the move. What do you think about
To
queen
protect
d3?
the knight.
And after takes, and black cannot take the bishop because they're perpetual, but he will simply play, I
But
think,
wait,
bishop rook
perpetual
e6.
is not good for Vichy.
That's
He cannot make a draw. He cannot go for perpetual.
Okay, so he went
He
bishop
takes on
g7, bishop
and
f5.
the queen h6.
But bishop g4, what can you do? What can you
Oh,
do?
your pieces
Bishop
are-
f6.
Oh wait,
Wow,
mate on
mate.
g7. Wow, sacrificing a rook and a piece that would be mate on g7. What can you do with black here?
Well, that was a big miss. But what about rook e6 covering the f6 pawn? So if rook
Yeah,
g6,
that 6 square is
then
covered.
pawn will take that, and after queen h8. So, oops, that's not
Oh,
even
it's
hanging.
protected.
Yeah, so rook e6 seems to be a move. Rook h4 is possible. Bishop h8.
Oh!
Wow.
Look at that cool move. The knight is pinned, the bishop would be hanging, but the rook is hanging, everything is hanging, and it's mate on g7.
And now Vichy is very calm.
He
saw
knows
this
it.
move. Wow. He just outcalculated Ding Liren, and there is nothing to be done. Beautiful
It's game
final
over.
move.
What a beautiful game by
Nice
the
move.
15th world champion. He's escaped in the classical game, and now he wins in a must-win situation against Ding Liren, the world number 3. Ding Liren is currently beautifully played. Bishop takes
Beautiful.
stage 6, and then he sacrificed the other bishop, he sacrificed the rook, he sacrificed everything he could.
Beautiful. But, this is what happens when you're queen on a7, or this most saying that it can happen if your queen is on a7. So it was a wonderful performance by the world champion.
Yeah, and we hope to have Vichy in the studio if he will come to show his beautifully played game. That was just so impressive, and we had to catch up real quick. The board was not catching up with these moves.
Very beautiful, like rook g4. Really, he had all his forces. Rook g4. Hopefully, we're just going to have the winner here.
Of course, he is
And he's attacked by many people.
Fans getting signatures and pictures with the 15th world champion. What a beautiful game.
Beautiful bishop h8, queen and bishop, but I'm not sure we are going to catch him. But hope to have just a few minutes with the
That would
winner
be
of this
great.
match.
It would be great if he can join us.
Yeah, most likely we're going to have Anand I'm very curious about his first game, to talk about that, what was really happening in that game.
Yeah, and if he was in any danger of losing it.
Yeah,
He
how
played with an
does
exchange
he
down.
think what happened in the opening so far? We have a lot of people around here. We are at the lobby of a hotel, so a lot of people, and we are so happy to have you, Vichy.
Congratulations,
Welcome.
Vichy, careful! Careful. Vichy, we
Well.
need to congratulate you for winning this beautiful game and also for the cooking competition. Congratulations for the second time in a row.
Well, this time Mr. Philip Bendy helped a lot, because the last time we had to follow instructions. At least I could say that I actually did the work, but I had to follow instructions. This time the fish he did entirely himself. So, but still, of course, who would have thought I would be winning cooking shows? So.
Grandmaster Chef, and now Grandmaster Chef, cooking a beautiful mate on the king side. Can you show us first the classical game, some of the key moments, and then the Armageddon, if you don't mind?
We were kind of confused already from the very beginning that things were happening very fast.
Well, this is a game of one for East.
Yeah, we did see in the French league.
Yeah, and there DC3 didn't happen, but of course you check it. I mean, it's very complicated. First of all, here I could also play Queen D2, Queen B2, Knight D3, Queen here. Then I don't have the D4 square, but I want tempo faster when I go Knight G3, H5, and some Judith style thing there.
Judith style.
Yeah, well, put all your pieces on H5
and
hope for the best. Yeah. I mean, it's too difficult to tell you and everything. I mean, when he went here, Bishop E4, I was very happy with Knight D2.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to ask, whether
I could also
bishop regrouping from E6 to E4, did you consider that it's good for black, or?
He might have missed something, I don't know. Because on the other hand, I will get a blockade on D4 and B5, and then that's also very stable for white. And white can be better simply, once he gets the blockade. So the question is whether you want to play D4.
Not to take a pawn. You just block them, right? That's the important.
Well, actually, it's important that white has lost his B2 pawn so that I can stop this B5.
True.
Though I got this information from the audience that the B5 was the best move for
Yeah,
black.
yeah. And if rook B5?
Yeah. Just go back and have rook B8 exchanging the...
I was worried about B5, but I didn't know. I mean, already somewhere here, I was not happy with my play. I thought maybe I should have done this Queen B2 after all. Anyway, long
So
story.
here you were regretting it, kind of. But rook B1 was the only move against B5 and Queen B4.
Yeah,
right?
but I was slightly worried about B5 because after rook B5, Queen C7, I cannot play Knight D4 and he swaps rooks.
Yes.
And I wasn't completely. I mean, I can play Knight E3 attacking D5 and then bring this knight to D4 and sort of cobble together some sort of blockade, but it's not ideal.
But then later on, at something.
Okay, here I should be just winning.
Yeah, that's what I thought, that something
But you know, it's
went
this.
wrong.
We get this 20 minutes with. I mean, I didn't. We don't get any increment, so
Yes,
I don't mean increment. I mean the next block doesn't come.
Yeah.
So I was. I had like 16 minutes, 14 minutes, something like that. But I knew that there's no more coming. And I mean, I should be better, but it's not trivial because actually the rooks dominate my. If I had a pawn on F3, for instance, that's different because something can sit on E4.
No, but this was somehow, I didn't like your knight on G3. It was black's rook became too active.
Yes, well, the other option was to play knight.
Yeah, that's what I was considering.
Knight
here,
D2, D4, knight C4.
Yes. Yeah.
Then I don't get this, but on the other hand, he can play G6, knight takes A5, and
Rook E2 or something. Well, but okay, the B7 is also under attack. Bishop B3, D5.
and no, I will win B7 because he cannot even defend it. But the problem is
F4, F3?
not F4, F3 as much as let's say rook E2 and some other rook trying to come to D2. I made a bad call. What can I say?
You had a lot of choices.
I could have gone for it, but I made. I mean, I thought this was just winning, but maybe here I can just play King G3 actually.
Yeah, because here I thought that
Or
the
even
rook
very
is
useful
very
move is
active.
H4. Very useful move is H4
But
because I want to play
anyway,
H5 later and
in
put the
this
bishop on
tournament,
G6.
you didn't know that every game you have to make H4?
Yes, it's obligatory actually. It's in
Every
the rules.
game. So when you have this dilemma, don't think about it.
You mean Magnus is Grunfeld, yeah?
Yeah, but in other
Magnus,
games
Aronian,
also.
everybody plays
Fabiano.
H4.
Okay, it's the H4 tournament.
Yeah.
Yes.
So H4, H5 for
yeah.
sure. It's
I mean, but I think
Actually,
King G3
it is
because King
G4.
G3 will then defend all these all my minor pieces. Because in the game my pieces got kicked around. So maybe here
Yes.
this was crucial. King
But
G3
maybe-
and he's very
But maybe what you say, H4, H5,
King
possibly
G3 because I would like to have the
Defend.
king on E2.
And
then there
then-
are no more entry. Then I can play H4, H5. I can play G4. I can improve. So this was careless.
But
on my
maybe
part.
he will play G6 himself.
Let him because then that's a weakness. The thing is I don't need to win the E4 pawn. If my king comes to E2 and let's
yeah, because
say
the B8 the rook is very passive.
yeah, because I can also put the bishop on B5, put the pawn on
Yeah,
A4, the
A4.
knight on C4 and bring the rook to D4. So this was careless.
You lost your activity somehow. With
No, I
having your-
thought I'm breaking through here, and I was not. And then somehow I lost the plot here. I think maybe
Yeah, knight G3, rook D4. I was not happy for white point of view.
Yeah.
I mean, your GC knight is just extremely bad.
Well, it
No?
does come out, but somewhere here, again, this bishop e2, I don't know if it was correct. Maybe I can go bishop f7. Okay, there are a lot of moments.
Actually, here we started to have all kind of Armageddon games.
Yeah, we couldn't
we
see your
lost
game from
thread
here
in
on.
this game.
No, but this
Yeah.
is an Armageddon game because
Yeah.
I had 1 minute at this point, and I thought I will not get a better position than this in the Armageddon. Of course, I was wrong in that. But my feeling was in the actual Armageddon game, I will not get such a good position with white.
Yeah.
And I have 1 minute to 4 minutes, I don't know, somewhere around here. And I thought actually this is the best Armageddon position I can hope for today. I should try and win it.
Wow.
But after this, no, but here I should be winning. I mean, it's just a question of bringing the king out, putting the knight somewhere, playing h4
Yeah.
knight g5. Once the pieces are fixed, it should win. But already I was down to a minute, so okay, the rest of the game is nonsense. Luckily, I blundered into a draw. No, I mean here I can play knight a2. I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can play knight a2. Of course, I saw that, but I decided just to make it a draw and finish it.
Okay, so let's go for the game 2. How did you recover after this? Walking, not making the mistake going up to your room and check the lines?
No, I went up to my room and then tried to check the lines and then realized there was probably not enough time and I came down. And so...
What do you think about this plan of queen having on a7?
well, in this position it's bad for him because after queen d2 actually he should grab the chance to play queen d8.
Queen b8 back.
Queen b8. I don't know if bishop h6 still works because g8-6, queen h6. The queen is not in time to come back to f8.
No.
So I will...
He should be playing now b5, right? And queen e7, queen f8, if it will be legal.
Yeah,
he
That
wishes
would be
because
a good
he
move.
needs after bishop h6, or he can play king h7 here, but then knight f5 is strong, I think.
So you think already d5 was really bad? You were in time with everything?
Well, it's interesting. I played a game with Hikaru some years back in St. Louis, and I kept on delaying this opportunity to play knight f5 and bishop h6. I think I started playing rook a d1, b3 and very slow, but I was very annoyed that I didn't see how strong bishop h6 was. So today I remembered. I have no idea if it's even correct here because, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's just Armageddon, get it over with, and that's it.
It seems
So-
really
What
forceful.
was the point that you saw bishop h8 when you played rook g4?
No, I'll tell you, this was nice. I mean, I was calculating, of course, first I was calculating bishop c2.
Yeah.
Then I saw this idea, and I was going to play rook h4 here.
Yeah.
So f6. No, sorry. He has to play f6 here, and then rook g6 wins.
Yeah.
Here I was seeing rook h4, f6, queen h7, king f7 or something. And actually, I don't think I'm winning that.
Yeah, bishop on f5 is...
Then I saw this move, rook h4, f6, bishop h8, and I started smiling because it was such a cute move. And then I realized I can do this. I can do this immediately. So I mean, in this time control, I don't think I will not pretend that I calculated everything. I just tried to maybe bishop e4 is stronger. I don't know. But I was not completely sure about f5. I have queen g5 winning. I don't know why I didn't play bishop e4 actually. I remember because of ed4. This is what bothered me.
Anyway, queen g4.
Well, queen g5, maybe it works. In which case, bishop e4 was correct. After rook e4, I don't know, even f5 may be possible.
f5.
No, but then queen
rook
g5
e5.
again, no queen g5.
But even rook e5 probably.
Well, then knight
so-
e5, knight e5, g8-6, and
Yeah,
then
takes
I have to mate.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a draw for sure, but I have to mate. No, but I was very. I mean, roundabout here, I found this bishop h8, and I thought,
Here
okay, it'll be
already.
great. Somewhere here,
This point.
because I'd been, of course, calculating this line.
Yes.
I mean, my original idea, like I said, was this bishop h8,
Yes.
and then I worked
Yeah.
backwards, and
And I said bishop h8.
and then it suddenly hit me that I could play bishop h8 right away, and then
Yeah.
I was very happy because already I cannot see a defense there.
Yeah. Well, it was very nice, very
Yeah.
entertaining.
Beautiful attack.
Yeah, maybe it's lost already. So, yeah. no,
What a
it's nice.
game.
Beautiful.
Congratulations one more time on
Yeah,
this
thanks.
victory and on yesterday's competition, because I'm sure it's equally important to you
Sure.
to defend your title in the kitchen. We did bring up your tweet that you tweeted about the dish,
yeah,
and it was a message to your lovely
Sure.
wife.
Yes, yes.
Do you think that from now on she will ask you to prepare the lunch and dinner at home as well?
No.
She better.
She knows you better than that.
Yeah, exactly. No, actually, this competition is interesting because last year I found, I was very scared when I went into the show, but last year the chefs were very helpful. They were not allowed to help us, but they stood nearby and told us what to do and when not to stop and when to continue and all that stuff. So I found that easy. And this year was even easier because basically we had to cut the vegetables and then we were eating strawberries while he was preparing the fish. So it was nice. But anyway, it's fun.
You should take full credit for the dish. It was a lovely dish. We saw
And
the
it seemed
picture.
like you get all the inspiration as we see with the bishop h8 finish.
Yeah, well, this is lucky, but obviously I would have preferred to win the main game because
It was a very complicated
I
game.
feel that it was really slipped out of my hand. I'm not saying I deserved it from the start of the game, but at the end I must have missed some sort of win. But I was so short of time that I could not see it.
In either case, congratulations and thank you for showing this beautiful attacking game to us and to the audience. We'll let you have dinner. We will probably want some more salmon or a vegetarian dish.
There's no shortage of salmon here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Congratulations
Vachier.
again. Good luck.
And we will quickly have a look at the cross table, how it changed after today's round. There was only one decisive game in the classical portion, and that was birthday boy Yu Yangyi winning with the black pieces against Alexander Grishuk. All the other games went into an Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen played a roller coaster in this rook and opposite colored bishop endgame with Vachier-Mamedyarov, where Mamedyarov was a pawn up, then he gave back the pawn, he gave another pawn, and Magnus won that game. With that, he keeps his lead. On second place, we have Vachier-So, and third place at the moment goes for the birthday boy, Yu Yangyi.
Very interesting day today, and a lot of excitement, a lot of messy game, like Vichy's game was really very complicated. And Maxime, everything was really very, very interesting today. All the Armageddons, but also the classical games. A lot of ideas, a lot of unexpected, aggressive ideas, right?
How did you like the games today, Judith? As
I
Vichy said,
loved it.
Judith style.
It was really great, and a lot of people are using their pawns, it seems. H4 is coming all the time. But with Levon, for example, in his game, he was really being very, very, very open in his game. H4, F4, E4, B4, and all this. So it's very nice to see that the players are taking their chances and a lot of interesting ideas are happening.
I love it too. I don't know if it's the Alpha Zero inspiration or the cooking competition, but something is going on, and we do love to see such fighting and aggressive games. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time. That is 4:45 local time. Make sure to use the hashtag Altibox and hashtag NorwayChess to let us know about your opinion on today's games and the tournament, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Which was your favorite game, for example, so far?
Which one was your favorite game so far?
Well, now it's still fresh.
Vichy.
I think it's this bishop h8 was very impressive. It's the last feelings right now, so it was very nice.
It was a beautiful game. And if Queen e5 would have been played in the Caruana-So game, that could have been a beauty prize.
Yeah, that would be move of the day. Even
Of
with
the
this
day,
game.
I was calling it move of the year.
Well, you never know, but it was a fantastic move pointed out by Maxime while he was here. So it was very
and he
good.
found it in about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
That's what it takes for a super grandmaster to spot that move. Do let us know about your opinion, and we'll be back tomorrow at 4:45. See you all.
Bye.
Da är du klar.
5 sekunder. D4.
D6.
D4.
D5.
Springer C3. Springer slår E4. Dronning D8 sjakk. Løper G5 sjakk.
Kong C7.
Løper D8 matt.
Over og ut.
Altibox Norway Chess is the strongest chess tournament in history. Annually, the 10 best players in the world gather in Stavanger to participate in Altibox Norway Chess. Chess is one of the most participated sports in the world, with 10 million live streams counted in the previous World Championship. But how can chess be taken to new heights? By introducing new technology, Norway Chess is reaching new audiences and making chess commercial. With the use of cutting-edge, real-time virtual studio technology, Norway Chess will revolutionize the broadcast of chess. It all happens inside the Norway Chess Tower, where every segment of the event takes place in multiple rooms. Each room tailored to fit every aspect of the broadcast event, and also themed with sponsors' branding. This is a unique opportunity for companies to showcase products in an efficient and creative way through branded rooms in the Norway Chess Tower. This journey will open new international doors and opportunities to reach a wider audience. By being a part of this revolution with Norway Chess, you will be associated with innovation and technology. Aired live on multiple platforms worldwide, making sure your brand is part of this journey.